Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Good evening, everyone. It's Tuesday, 6 o'clock. Our city council meeting for the 16th will come to order, and we'll begin with roll call.
Councilmember Bausch?
Here.
Councilmember Beal? Here. Councilmember Gregory?
Here.
Councilmember Strong?
Present.
Mayor Hammond?
Here. We had a closed session that was canceled, and so we're starting off right from the beginning. If we would all rise and then stay standing for our invocation by Pat, and also Councilmember Beal. Please lead us.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Pastor Pat.
Father, in this holiday season, when many of us reflect on the miraculous birth of your Son, the Lord Jesus Christ, the words of the prophet Isaiah come to mind. Therefore the Lord himself will give you a sign. Behold, the virgin shall conceive and bear a son, and shall call his name Emmanuel. For unto us a child is born, unto us a son is given, and the government will be upon his shoulder. And his name will be called Wonderful, Counselor, Mighty God, Everlasting Father, Prince of Peace. Of the increase of his government and peace, there will be no end. Father, help us as your children to emulate the life that your Son led, where we see one human family, where we learn to love one another, prefer one another, serve one another. Let your light so shine in Paso Robles, such that strife, malice, and hatred have no place in our hearts or community. Father, we thank you for Mayor Hammond, councilpersons Gregory, Bosch, Strong, and Beal. Fill them, Lord, with the spirit of wisdom and revelation for every decision before them tonight. Lord, bless and be with our police and emergency services personnel who bravely serve and protect us all. Give your grace to our city manager and all those who labor in City Hall. Supply them with all they need to manage and care for our city. Lord, we ask your continued blessings upon Paso Robles and its outlying areas. And Father, I just want to say thank you for Norma Moy. Thank you for her life. Thank you for her contribution to our city. She will be missed. We ask this in the glorious name of your Son, the Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. We'll have staff introductions, starting on my right.
Melissa Martin, City Clerk, joined by Mary Sponholtz, Deputy City Clerk.
Warren Frace, Community Development Director.
Commander Todd Renner, Paso PD.
Venus Esperanza, Capital Projects Engineer.
Paul Patty, Lieutenant Chief Fire Marshal. David Askew, Water Resources Manager. Ryan Cornell, Administrative Services Director. Water Facilities Director. Steve Bass, Night Chief Fire Department. Jonathan Slayer, Fire Chief. Dr. Virgil, Fire Department. Brian Lewis, Fire. Alan Miller, Fire Department. Bob Porter, Fire. Mary Russell, Fire Department. Joe Birch, Fire Department. Dave Johnson, Fire Department. Stephanie Yang, Fire Department. Police Department's here also.
Yeah.
Chris Hewitt, City Manager.
Elizabeth Holt, City Attorney.
Very good, thank you. Tonight we have several presentations. I'll begin with Deputy Fire Chief Randy Harris, retirement proclamation, and I'd like to have our City Manager Chris Hewitt and Chief Stornetta please join me. And of course, Randy. Randy, would you like to hold on? Yeah, it's a great honor to do somebody that's I've worked and served with in the fire department, and again, it's good to see everybody here, both police and fire, to honor Randy and our other Todd Rayner too. This is the Deputy Chief Fire Harris retirement, whereas Deputy Fire Chief Randy Harris officially retires December 19th, 2025, after 35 years of distinguished service for our residents and visitors of San Luis Obispo County, including 28 years of dedicated service to the City of Paso Robles Fire Department. Whereas Chief Harris holds esteemed badge number 6, signifying that he was the 6th full-time employee ever hired by Paso Robles Fire Department, a reflection of both the department's humble beginnings as the volunteer system and the foundation role of its evolution. Whereas through his career, Chief Harris has served exceptionally with leadership and courage as a strike team leader, incident management team safety officer, protecting firefighters and the public during California's most significant wildfires and disasters. Whereas Chief Harris became the city's battalion chief fire marshal, where he established the Paso Robles Community Risk Reduction Division, advanced fire prevention, public education, code enforcement, and community safety. And whereas in 2022, Chief Harris was appointed the Paso Robles' first Deputy Fire Chief, where he provided visionary leadership and oversight to the department's operations, personnel, and training programs. And whereas during his tenure, Fire Chief Harris was instrumental in successful completion of Fire Station 3 and the development of the first ever training tower in North County, enhancing regional safety and training capabilities, improving emergency response and capability. Whereas Chief Harris contributed substantially to the city's Emergency Operations Center planning, training and readiness, ensuring enhanced coordination and resilience in times of crisis. And whereas throughout the exemplary career, Chief Harris consistently provided the highest quality of service, upheld and advanced the mission and values of the Paso Robles Fire Department, and invested deeply in the growth, coaching, and development of its staff. Whereas his professional commitment, leadership, integrity have left a permanent positive impact on the department, the City of Paso Robles, and its entire community he has served. Now therefore let it be resolved that I, John Hammond, on virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor and speaking on behalf of the entire City Council and the city, do hereby take the opportunity to express our sincere, grateful appreciation to Deputy Chief Randy Harris, and our congratulations on his well-earned retirement, and our best wishes for him on continued success, happiness, and good health in years to come. Randy, congratulations.
I had a speech prepared, but I'm going to save it because there's a lot more to go tonight. But Randy has been in the fire service for over 36 years. He's been with the city for 28 of those. And his contributions not only to the city, the community, but our organization have been profound. And not only have those contributions been to all of us locally, but also to the fire profession. I'm going to miss seeing him in the office at 4:30 in the morning, trying to see who gets up first to send our emails off so they know we're awake. But you're going to be deeply missed, and I'll still call your personal cell phone. Thank you for dealing with me the past 8 years in my position. It's someone I can talk to at any time of day. I know I've vented on you. I can get grumpy, but thank you for all of that. Please forgive me. And I also want to take a moment just to recognize one of your fellow Academy graduates from all the way back in the day, Deputy Fire Chief Josh Taylor, who retired from CAL FIRE today as well. So we've lost 2 Deputy Fire Chiefs retired today, and they were both out of the same academy. So the Firefighter Association got you a little gift for your retirement. So on behalf of the Paso Robles firefighters, I'll drop that probably if you give that to me, it's so heavy. We'd like to present you with this retirement.
Yeah, if you don't mind. Wow, you know this day is coming, but when it's here, it's definitely a reality. I want to thank the council and city manager for support over all the years. I mean, our department obviously has grown from a very small organization, mostly volunteer, to a transitional time now, almost 28 years later. Without your support, I can't imagine the organization. And Chief, your leadership, your mentorship, and most of all, your friendship means the world to me. Chief and I were friends long before we ever got into the fire service, and that really means a lot. My fellow coworkers, both department, city teams, and even the PD, we'll love and miss y'all. We work very closely with the PD. It's part of our family on public safety. And in the fire marshal role, I got to work with a lot of city staff across the whole board. And really just the foundation of being a firefighter means that you take a lot of time away from your family. So I really want to thank my family. My wife, Jennifer, she can stand up or wave. My son, Christopher, next to her. My daughter, Madison, her fiance, Will. The fire service, you never know where you're going to be the next day, and many a times I would call my wife and go, hey, guess where I am? And I'd be down on the Thomas fire or somewhere committed. And I just, without having the support of my family all these years, I just can't even imagine this job. So thank you all.
Now, if we could have Chief Nord and Todd Rayner, Commander, come on up. Todd, I'll let you hold that. We have another retirement, but certainly well earned, that's for sure. We have retirement, whereas Commander Todd Rayner officially retires December 19th, 2025, after 32 years of distinguished service, selfless service at the residents of San Luis Obispo County, including 27 years of service to the city of Paso Robles in our police department. Whereas throughout his career, Commander Rayner served with exceptional leadership in a variety of capacities over the years within the department, serving on the regional SWAT team and becoming a field training officer before being promoted to sergeant in 2010 and commander in 2021. Whereas Commander Rayner was assigned a canine handler for 2 police canines, Canine Falcon and Canine Yasko, and earning recognition for the most criminal apprehensions in San Luis Obispo County. During his tenure, Commander Rayner received many awards throughout the county, including 4 MAD, Mother Against Drunk Driving Awards, Officer of the Year, and Top Cop. And whereas in 2021, Todd was appointed commander, where he provided visionary leadership and oversight to the department's patrol and investigations bureaus. Whereas throughout the exemplary year, Commander Rayner continually provided the highest quality service, upheld the advanced mission and values of the Paso Robles Police Department, and invested deeply in the growth and coaching and development of our staff. Whereas his professional commitment, leadership, and integrity have left a permanent positive impact on the department and the city of Paso Robles and the entire community he has served. Now therefore let it be resolved that I, John Hammond, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor and speaking on behalf of the entire city council, do hereby take the opportunity to express our sincere, grateful appreciation to Commander Todd Reiner for his unwavering dedication to the residents of Paso Robles and for his more than 32 years of public service. Our congratulations on his well-earned retirement and our best wishes for him and his years to come. Todd, congratulations.
So that was the good stuff. Now we'll share the bad stuff.
Go.
So real quick, obviously, your team, the department, got you a shadow box with. So I'll keep this short like John. There's a lot of people here. We have a long night. Todd, the institutional knowledge you take with you and the knowledge of our department and of law enforcement in general, I don't know that I'll ever see it matched again in my career. Like you were absolutely amazing. You helped me when I came here. We obviously had some things happen at the command staff level where it was just you and me for a little bit. And I will appreciate that forever. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your dedication. And thank you for working in the most noble profession in the world, on top of fire.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor, City Council, everybody here tonight, police and fire. 32 years is a long time, but it goes by so quick. It's pretty amazing how time has just gone. This job, it was an honor and a pleasure to work for this city. It's the best job I've ever had. I've only had 2, so. It's one of those jobs that's constantly changing. New laws every year, new procedure every year, new attitudes from the citizens every year. We're loved, then we're hated, then we're loved, then we're hated. And that just brings more excitement to the job besides the excitement on the streets itself. Just the self-sacrifice that we all make, police and fire. It's a personal sacrifice. We work graveyards, holidays, weekends, miss the kid's birthday, anniversary, and it's a lot of work. And if I had the opportunity to do it all over again, I would do it in a heartbeat if I had a canine. Best job ever. To everybody that I've worked with, thank you very much. I appreciate it. And one thing that struck me about this job when we give the oath of office when we first started, the last line of that is, leave this city better than when you found it. And we are definitely doing that with Chief Nord at the helm and his admin team. You guys are very lucky to have the police department that you do. There's nothing but positive with them, and they're going to be a tremendous department for this city. Thank you very much, everybody. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, grab my.
Where do you want it? Put it on the wall.
First time he's ordered around a chief, right?
Last time, too.
Yeah. Okay, can we also have our wastewater manager, Casey Shepard, and Richard Alorandis?
I'm having our chief plant operator, Joel Jackson, join us as well.
Perfect, come on up, Richard. Thank you. Congratulations. This is a retirement of Richard Alomendris, retirement. Whereas Richard has faithfully served the city of Paso Robles since June 5th of 2000, demonstrating exceptional dedication and professionalism throughout his career in the wastewater utilities division. Whereas Richard has served as a respected colleague, offering guidance, support, mentorship to team members and contributing to the positive collaborative workplace. Whereas Richard has earned the appreciation of peers leadership, and the community for more than 25 years of dedicated public service. And whereas Richard will retire December 18th, 2025, leaving a legacy of professionalism, integrity, and meaningful contributions to the city of Paso Robles and the Wastewater Utilities Division. Now therefore let it be resolved that I, John Hammond, by virtue of the vested in me as mayor, and speaking on behalf of the entire city council, do hereby proclaim the heartfelt thanks to Richard for his 25 years of dedicated service to the city of Paso Robles, and we wish him a long and a healthy, happy retirement. Thank you, Richard.
Yeah, so as with wastewater, we kind of work behind the scenes, not in the limelight like PD and fire, so we're going to definitely keep this short. But as mentioned, Richard's been working in wastewater for about 2.5 decades, behind the scenes, keeping things flowing downhill, as we like to say. It's been a pleasure to work with him. I've had the pleasure of working with him for 12 years now. Not only has he been a great mentor and a colleague, but has truly become a great friend as well. Outside of him being a Dodgers fan, there's not much bad you can say about him. And so, as it mentioned in the proclamation, we're just super happy for you as you enter this next phase, and thank you for all you've done for the city. So.
I'm just going to say something real quick here. Richard, I mean, you've been there since I've started. I've worked with you for 18 years. We've had a lot of fun, and you've taught me pretty much everything I know. I came into collections not knowing anything. You took me under your wing. You taught me a lot. You showed me how to do all these pipe inspections and tying ends and stuff like that. So I appreciate everything you've taught me, and you will be missed regardless.
Not much for speeches, but yeah, if you're going to work in the city, Paso Robles is a good place to be. 25 years is a long time, and it's been a lot of fun, and I'm going to miss it. And thank you guys, because you are friends.
And I think we have a presentation by Floyd Butterfield. Floyd? I'll let you have that. Thank you, Floyd.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Floyd Butterfield. My family has lived in Paso for nearly 60 years. And people must be wondering, including the city council, what is a just served city? Paso's one, but I'll tell you. I'm a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, which sponsors the Just Serve platform. In its simplest form, Just Serve is a website, justserve.org, that allows groups that need volunteers to advertise their need and allows people interested in volunteering or serving to go there and find opportunities. Just Serve is operating worldwide. It provides a means of connecting volunteers with those that need them. It's free of charge and open to any civic, faith-based, or nonprofit group within certain guidelines. Just Serve believes in spreading hope, goodness, and unity through the vital role of volunteerism. I'm the Just Serve representative for San Luis Obispo County, and tasked with making Just Serve more recognized and used in this area. As part of that assignment a few years ago, I made the Paso Robles Parks and Recreation Department aware of the fact that I could probably muster a lot of volunteers if they had any projects that needed that. About 18 months ago, they called and asked if I could get volunteers to spread mulch at Larry Moore Park. On the only rainy day in April of that year, about 70 Just Serve volunteers did that. They actually spread the mulch that the city thought would take all day in an hour and a half. We had 70 people. Earlier this year, about 130 Just Serve volunteers spread mulch simultaneously at both Centennial and Uptown Family Park. And in October of this year, about 20 high school students from the newly formed Paso Robles High School Just Serve Club spread mulch for the city at Veterans Park, also known as Sherwood Park. Two of the members from that club, will you stand? They came today. Yeah. Thanks. I don't know how the city's involvement came to the attention of Just Serve at the national level, but it did. I received a call from people at the national level, and they said Paso Robles was to be recognized as a Just Serve city. One of, right now there's about 150 Just Serve cities in the nation. And they sent this certificate, which designates it as that. It says, in proclamation of our work to unite the community with hope and goodness through service. The Just Serve City Award is a recognition designed to honor cities that demonstrate an exceptional commitment to volunteering and have made a significant impact in their community through these efforts. I can tell you that projects of the size we have done could not have been accomplished without close cooperation and coordination with the city. I don't know if Wyatt Lund is here? No? But I don't know how many people in the city know this, but the city has the city has a specific person within Parks and Rec, just designated to work with volunteers. And so when we spread mulch, but the mulch was already there I think in 2 cases it was 7 truckloads. So that's a lot of mulch the city has to get and put where we can get to it and be ready for 130 volunteers. So I know that's not without forethought, and you don't employ someone in that position without spending money. And same with getting the mulch and other projects we may do. I appreciate the time and resources that the city has made available to involve community members. Having grown up here, I recognize that volunteerism is deeply rooted and widespread in our community. I'm grateful to be a part of it. Thanks, and congratulations to the city.
Floyd, on behalf of the city, we appreciate the Just Serve City proclamation, and again, all the service that your organization does for the Paso Robles citizens. Thank you very much. Pass that around, guys. Yes. Okay, moving on, item N, we have general public comments. This is a time that the public may address the city council on items within its purview, but not scheduled on tonight's agenda. The council or staff may briefly respond to statements or questions posed by the public. Please fill out a speaker card and give it to our city clerk prior to speaking. Speakers will have 3 minutes. Those people wishing to speak on any item scheduled on tonight's agenda will be given the opportunity to do so at the time that item is being considered. So anyone wishing to have a public item? Pastor Pat?
I wasn't going to say anything, but because of the retirement of the deputy chief, just how great our fire department is. My family was visiting, my son was barbecuing, and he lit my barbecue on fire. While I was away, I was driving up the street and I saw all this smoke and I was like, oh, good. But we got it taken care of. But the reason I'm up here is because an off-duty fireman came by to make sure we were okay. And that speaks so much to the culture of the fire department. I just wanted to say thanks.
Very good. Thank you, Patrick. Thank you. Anyone else on public comment? Anyone online? Oh, Francisco, go ahead.
Francisco Ramirez. I want to say thank you to all our public safety officers. Thank you for all they do. It's always great to see them out there and be involved and looking out for the safety of each and every one of our citizens here, residents in Paso Robles. And also I want to say thank you to Ms. Chris Beal for being now a full year that she's now served the city of Paso Robles, and recognize that she's been out there in the streets with the community, being involved, asking questions, finding out what they want to know or what's going on with the city. So I want to make sure that people know about that. She's out there with the community. Everyone out there is noticing, so thank you.
Thank you, Francisco. No one else? And do we have anyone online?
No, sir.
Okay. We'll close general public comments. Move on to items, agenda items to be deferred. Mr. Huat?
Mayor, I have no items for deferral this evening.
Okay. And next we have an overview of items on consent.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We have 9 items on consent calendar this evening. I'll run through them briefly. Item number 1 is the approval of minutes from your December 2nd council meeting. Item number 2 is the receipt of the warrant register. This is payments made by the city since the last time we met. Since then, we've issued $4.19 million in payments. I'm going to cover those that are exceeding $100,000 very briefly, and there are several of them, so please bear with me. The first is a payment to Best and Krieger for our August attorney's fees in the amount of $156,661.85. Second item is a payment to Newton Construction and Management. This is related to the Public Safety Fire Training Tower equipment out of the capital fund in the amount of $239,898.82. Item number 3 is a payment to Hartzell General Engineering for the Sherwood Road water main upgrade out of the water fund in the amount of $155,860.95. Next payment is to Granite Construction Company, and this is for Creston Road Phase 1 for $144,332.91. Next is a payment to J.J. Fisher Construction. This is related to the pickleball court complex project, paid in the amount of $164,364.20. Next is a payment to Hartzell General Engineering for the Sherwood Road water main upgrade out of the water fund in the amount of $113,712.03. Next is a payment to Spur Company for the satellite drainage maintenance work in the amount of $189,289.83. Next is a payment to the San Luis Obispo County Animal Services in the amount, for our Q2 animal services contract. The county provides animal services for the city, and the payment was in the amount of $122,327.50. Next is a payment to the State Water Resources Control Board. This is related to a loan agreement that we have with them, and this is paid in the amount of $440,615.06. And then finally, a payment to River Oaks Reserve LLC. This is a reimbursement agreement for infrastructure installed on behalf of the city along with their development for $1,032,735.81. Moving on, item number 3 on the consent calendar is the approval of the annual and 5-year development impact fee compliance report pursuant to state law. Item number 4 is the approval of a memorandum of understanding with the Paso Robles Police Association, as well as the unrepresented confidential professional and management group. This is, and the part-time and temporary group. This is for wage and benefit adjustments for the upcoming 3 years. I'd like to acknowledge both the Police Officers Association as well as the management group for their work in coming to an agreement on 3-year terms. Item number 5 is the approval of a resolution awarding the design-build contract to Granite Construction. This is for the South Vine Bridge project. We've had this item in front of the council several times over the last few years. This is the start of the design work where under a design-build contract, you'll see this item come back to you in the near future. As that design work is done, a guaranteed maximum price will be established and updates will come back to the council for additional consideration, as well as the bonding that is necessary to complete the project. That's not part of the item tonight. This item tonight is simply for the design aspect of it, and the city has cash on hand to fund that. Item number 6 is the approval of a resolution authorizing the sole source purchase and installation of a well pump and column. This is for well number 18, and this is out of the water fund. Item number 7 is the acceptance of completed engineering and traffic study, and it's also a first reading of an ordinance to update several posted speed limits around the city. This includes some streets and new development where we need to establish speed limits so we can enforce those. Item number 8 is the approval of a resolution that's updating a prior resolution to correct an error in a reimbursement amount for River Oaks Reserve LLC. And again, this is work that a developer is doing to upsize infrastructure on behalf of the city, and this reimbursement was previously agreed upon. This is just correcting an administrative oversight. And then item number 9 is the approval of a resolution accepting a final parcel map and a lot line adjustment for a project. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Very good. Thank you, Chris. Items on the consent calendar are considered routine and do not normally require separate discussion. However, if any member of the council or the public would like to have a specific question answered and clarify that item, we can get those answered before the vote is taken tonight. Secondly, any member of the council or public that wants a full discussion of a particular item will cause that item to be pulled from the consent calendar, and we'll hear that separately at the end of the discussion items portion of tonight's agenda. I will not ask the council if they have any questions specific to any item 1 through 9. Chris Beal.
Hi, I wanted to just chat a minute about P7, which is the traffic study that we did. Warren or Melissa, could you actually pull up the last attachment that has the map on it? Is that
Warren probably has that.
And this is in consent, and so we don't, spend a lot of time on it, but it's of particular interest to me in terms of like our speed limits, safety, traffic, speeding, pedestrians. Sorry, I should have asked for that ahead of time. I threw you.
Here it is.
That's it. So Leslie, could you just answer a couple questions for me, please? So this came about primarily because we have the new roads into the new developments that don't have current speed limits, right?
Leslie Frazier, city engineer. The surveys, supplemental surveys, came about for a couple of different reasons. One being the new Sherwood Road that was accepted by the council in July. In order to post speed limits, we would need to perform the speed survey, have that accepted by council, and then speed limit signs can be posted after this evening. The other reason why we did the supplemental surveys was from resident complaints and because of change in land uses adjacent to some of our currently existing roads. And then also we did have some roads that didn't have speed surveys, and so enforcement could not occur on those roads.
Right, and I think it's really important for the community to understand that the city just doesn't willy-nilly change things. Add a crosswalk here, a speed bump, a speed sign, right? Everything needs to be kind of studied and based on data so that, different projects can be prioritized.
Absolutely.
Talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, absolutely. In order to provide a recommendation for the speed limits, it's a two-part process. And so the first process is actually performing the speed survey. So that's going out and putting a radar trail, by radar, collecting the volume of traffic and also the 85th percentile speed of vehicles. So that's the first step, is the traffic survey. The second part of that is the engineering evaluation. And so that's where a traffic engineer goes in, and based on the California Vehicle Code, it's also based on the traffic volumes that are collected. It's based on land use. It's based on collision rates, collision history in the area, and it's also based on roadway geometry. And from those 5 indicators, a speed limit is recommended at that time. And so that's what we're bringing to the council tonight, are those recommended speed evaluations. And once adopted or accepted by the council, then those speed limit signs can be posted and enforced.
And then there'll be public notification, right? So nobody's surprised that new speed limit signs are going up.
We will post the new speed limit signs.
Okay, thank you so much. This is actually one of the top things that I get contacted about, so understanding the process about how we identify, evaluate, and prioritize different areas is really important, so thank you.
Oh, Councilman Balch.
So, great answer, answered most of what I wanted to hear. Just a clarification, we've been discussing a lot about some possibility of some changes out at Larry Moore Park. So if we have some changes, might be some increased traffic, say, on Bridgegate, for example. At the new, or there aren't any speed limits on Bridgegate at the moment, so they would be posted at 25 miles an hour. I really don't see them being posted any lower than that, should there be additional traffic if those proposed changes to Larry Moore Park become a reality. But you ever see any changes to that in the future, should those become?
No, and in fact, in preparation for the Larry Moore project, if that were to move forward,
Right.
we did have those roads evaluated. And so with tonight's action, you would have accepted speed limits of 25 on those roads. And then those speed limit signs would be posted with the Larry Moore Park project.
Okay, thank you.
Leslie, I have a question. You know, when we have I think we have, police department does have one of those infrared that tells you how fast you're going, right? I mean, do we post that around, especially when changes are made, to kind of remind people that, you know, here's the posted and this is your speed currently? Do we have that where we can post that device out on these new streets that are going to be changing so that the public understands that something's changed?
Well, the speed surveys tonight were based on, the city contracts with an independent party to do the speed surveys. So that portion has already been done. And then if, you know, that's something that the council would like, that would be something that would be directed with the city manager to have the PD put out their trailers.
Yeah, no, I've had a lot of comments on Vine Street, for instance, you know, people go too fast. And putting that out, the chief's going to come up, but putting that device out kind of reminds people sometimes, you know, they kind of space out and they go too fast. So Chief, do we have that ability to put this out at different locations?
I apologize, Mayor, it's a half-a-mile walk from back there. Yes, obviously, we do have that trailer, and we can put that out at the request. Usually, we put it out as we, you know, kind of get some complaints. We do actually work with Leslie and our motors. They work very closely together. They are pretty much in communication every day. So we always put those out to obviously the most problem areas at the time. But that's an easy, something we can do.
Perfect, great, thank you. Thank you, Leslie. Were there any other questions from council to be answered on consent items? I'll open up then to public. Anyone wishing to have a question answered on the items 1 through 9 on consent? Anyone online, Melissa?
No.
Okay. Then we'll go ahead and bring it back to council for direction and or action.
Mayor Hammond,
Pro Tem Gregory.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve items 1 through 9 on the consent agenda.
Second.
Motion by Gregory, second by Strong. Discussion? Okay, we'll call for the question, Melissa.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Beal?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Great, thank you. Moving on, discussion items. Number 1, food truck ad hoc committee recommendations for food truck permitting requirements and operational standards. We have Piper Smith. Piper, got to give that item for us?
Yes, just a little introduction before we get started. Warren Frace, Community Development Director. So tonight is a report back from your ad hoc committee that you appointed in August to look at some issues related to food trucks. So Piper Smith's going to be walking us through the recommendations from the ad hoc. But before we get started, we do have a Spanish language interpreter in the back. So anybody that needs interpretation services, that's available in the back for anyone that needs that. And with that, I'll turn it over to Piper.
Okay.
Thank you, and good evening, council members, mayor. Tonight, I'll be discussing the Food Truck Ad Hoc Committee recommendations. Let's see. So the two ad hoc meetings were hosted on September 22nd and November 12th. This was a decision from the August City Council meeting to form this group to go into depth a little bit more about the operational requirements and the permitting standards for food trucks throughout the jurisdiction. The first meeting was mostly a listening session. We were able to get a lot of good feedback from food truck operators, the general public, just in regards to clarification, questions we needed, concerns about future operation. Here we have the bullet point list kind of the general concepts and ideas. So a lot of topics that got brought up: generators, food truck policies versus the public information given, fire inspections, food truck complaints, accessory structures, including tables, chairs, pop-ups, and then understanding the kind of existing code and the trigger for the 7-day rule is what we've been calling it for when you needed a permit versus when you did not, and kind of differentiating catering, private events versus kind of publicly serving. And then the second meeting, we were able to then provide some draft recommendations to the ad hoc members that gave an overview of how staff was determining, based on analysis, to resolve a lot of these concerns and ideas that we had, and then got additional feedback from the public, additional feedback from the ad hoc committee members on how to move forward. So the first recommendation that we made to the ad hoc committee members was in regards to generators. Down below, we have our existing code. I do want to just point out that it is just in regards to noise, and the section does revolve around noise from customers, music, potentially vehicle traffic, etc. Generators is just one that has been pointed out in the past. So we've revised this recommendation for an operational requirement update, that when generators cannot meet the existing noise standards, food trucks would have the capability to utilize acoustic panels to protect adjacent land uses and the public right away from excessive noise and to comply with the noise ordinance. Staff did, prior to the second ad hoc committee, try to find some generators that both met the noise requirements and up there, the logo California Air Resource Board, their emissions requirements. The quantity and availability of generators that both meet noise ordinance and the California Air Resource Board is pretty slim. And so by being able to offer these acoustic boxes as a potential solution to, you don't have to buy a new generator, you don't have to kind of go searching the internet for a new source of power, just to purchase the simple kind of acoustic box to surround it and protect those adjacent land uses. Recommendation 2 is in regards to the accessory furniture, primarily focusing on tables, chairs, and shade structures. Our existing code was silent other than the fact that it had to be removed after operation. This clarification, this operational requirement update would touch on where accessory furniture is not permitted as well as where it is permitted. So in alignment with a lot of our other operational requirements, ingress, egress, circulation, emergency exits, not blocking path of travel, accessory furniture would not be allowed in the public right-of-way or obstruct circulation, ingress, or egress. Whereas now we would take the stance that following accessory furniture is permitted, so up to 1 shade structure, no more than 120 square feet in size, tables totaling no more than 24 square feet, and about 8 chairs. This would allow the footprint to stay fairly minimal, We chose the 120 square feet because that's the threshold. Anything above that requires a building permit, just in general for your standard kind of sheds, simple structures. And then the 3 photos on the side are kind of a good example of what that 1 table, 4 chairs, maybe a table with the attached bench with approximately 6 seats under it, and then those pop-ups, how they may look kind of adjacent to the food truck. So recommendation 3, looking at enforcement, this was brought to our attention at the original city council meeting as well as the ad hocs, just discussing the kind of travel between and communication between food truck operators to enforcement officers to city staff on what the permitting requirements are, what the pathway is, what the rules are, and just making it very streamlined and efficient for food truck operators to obtain the correct permit. So we are recommending a zone code amendment to amend the Paso Robles Municipal Code Section 2169120 to require temporary use permit for all food trucks operating in the city and vending to the public, with the exception of food truck operators as a caterer for an event that is not, event are not required to have a TUP. So the existing code is tiered in a way where if you're operating less than 7 days, just needing a business license and a county health permit, and then over that 7 days TUP, over 1 year, a site plan, and then CUP for multiple food trucks. So this eliminates the confusion of having to track those 7 days, where if you are an independently operating food truck, you are expected to have that temporary use permit that would allow staff to just verify you have your health permit, you have your business license, you're following the operational requirements, and just a little bit more. They'll have something on site that they can provide enforcement officers with the details and information. They're permitted to be there. They have property owner permission. So I have provided a little example of what this may entail. So say Bob's Burger Truck wanted to vend to the public for 1 day or more. They're setting up just on someone's lot and they got their permission. They would need a temporary use permit to kind of set up shop and vend. And then the second example, kind of elaborating on the exception, is if Jill's Winery wants to hire Bob's Burger Truck to cater an exclusive event, and by exclusive, one event, maybe an annual wine pickup day for their members, no temporary use permit is required. However, they would still be required to meet those operational requirements. So health license, business license, noise, not blocking ingress, egress, etc. So to add to this, the 4th recommendation that kind of goes in pair with this is another zoning code amendment to amend the Paso Robles Municipal Code Section 2169120 to require on-site commercial businesses hosting more than 7 events in a year to obtain a temporary use permit for food trucks to participate in reoccurring events. So with this example kind of going on theme with Jill's Winery, if Jill's Winery wants to have more than 7 events, say 8+ events, at their tasting room, again, you have monthly wine pickups. You have 12 total events. Jill's Winery would be required to obtain a TUP for Bob's Burger Truck to kind of cater and serve for their event. The biggest thing with recommendation 3 and 4 is are they operating independently or are they operating in conjunction with an event, whether that be a community event, a private event, and this can be very diverse, very broad of kind of who they're serving. It's just the food truck has to be secondary to an event that is occurring. Moving on to recommendation 5, looking at setbacks. This was something that staff brought up at the second ad hoc committee because we found when processing temporary use permits, we noticed it was a little tough to determine how close the food truck was to the public right-of-way, where they were to certain kind of patches of landscaping on public right-of-way, and making sure that who they are serving, they're not interfering with that path of travel. But we did not want to be too restrictive, nor did we want to push them so far back that they then are obstructing interior circulation or ingress egress of the parking lot they may be serving on. Therefore, recommendation 5 is another operational requirement update for a minimum setback of 9 feet, which is half the length of an uncovered parking space. So typical space is about 9 by 18. For food truck service windows facing the public right-of-way, There'd be no setback required for food trucks serving service windows facing internally to the commercial lot. Shade structures, canopies, tables, and chairs, the ones that we discussed in the previous recommendation, those would be allowed in that setback. And then we would also want to allow a little bit of a modification because as you look at a map of Paso Robles, each lot is unique, each lot is different, and so it allows staff to make a determination if an exception needed to be made for this. If it's an extra small lot, if it's a really big lot, if there's a unique configuration of parking, ingress, egress, etc. As you can see on the graphics on the right, we have two. One that is supposed to represent a food truck that is serving towards the sidewalk. This would require that 9-foot gap, and then we have the red line showing you're still not blocking that ingress egress, you're not on the sidewalk, you're not in public right away, but you do allow yourself a little bit of buffer where customers can stand away from the street, you can set up some tables and chairs, a little bit more of an open environment opposed to being right against that sidewalk. And then that bottom graphic shows if the food truck is facing internally towards the parking lot. Again, you're not pushing onto the interior circulation of the lot. You're still allowing yourself a little bit of a buffer to set up any accessory structure per the recommendation that you may need or want while being kind of confined to that parking lot. And then that would require 0 setback. So recommendation 6, at the second ad hoc committee, we presented 2 different maps, one showing all of the Town Center 1 zones, so in the Uptown Town Center specific plan, that stretches about from 6th to 17th. I need to go back and look at that, but roughly it covers a pretty large area. And then we had a map showing a buffer of 100 feet, 200 feet, and 300 feet, and what that would entail. The ad hoc committee did request that we come back with a little bit more information, maybe another graphic, some options. And what we found was that in discussion internally with staff, that the buffer that was preferred tend to be a little bit closer to the downtown park, so it didn't kind of overstretch onto outside commercial lots that could take away potential for food truck operators to operate on, but do not take away from the kind of historic preservation of that park and that land use. On top of that, these lots highlighted in that kind of 100-foot buffer of the downtown park tend to not have a lot of parking space that meet the requirements of not blocking ingress egress. If we say we're to require the setbacks, there's smaller lots that are more dense, that are more building than parking spaces. Or for example, City Hall, where it's a city-owned property. Therefore, recommendation 6 is for an operational requirement for temporary use permits to not be granted on private property within 100 feet of the park. With the exception where if you were exempt from a temporary use permit, you're an exclusive event, you're a community event, so the city New Year's Eve celebration, or you have less than your 7 events, again, you have to meet those standards, but it would open up the realm a little bit without kind of saturating the downtown park. So here today we have kind of an overview list, and I apologize it's a little crammed in there because it's quite a bit of information. We have 4 recommendations that are operational requirements. These would be effective immediately, so these do not require any sort of zone code amendment. They would not have to come back to City Council unless City Council advises otherwise to gather more information, do additional analysis, kind of tweak or fine tune the recommendations. So to go through the list very quickly, we have recommendation 1 for food trucks not abiding by the noise requirements. They will have the ability to utilize acoustic panels to protect their generator. Recommendation 2, accessory furniture is not permitted in the public right-of-way or obstructing circulation ingress egress, whereas accessory furniture would be permitted, 1 shade structure, 120 square feet in size, table or tables totaling no more than 24 square feet in size, which is kind of your typical, say like 3x8 table. And then your 8 chairs, which again is standard for kind of what fits around those standard size tables. So we jump ahead, we'll get to 3 and 4 in a little bit. Recommendation 5 is to require a minimum setback of 9 feet for food trucks that are vending towards the public right-of-way, whereas no setback for food trucks vending internally towards the lot. And then that shade, canopies, tables, chairs would be allowed within that little setback buffer. not in ingress, egress, or circulation, just in that kind of your protected private area. And then to allow zoning administrators to potentially increase or decrease that setback requirement based on individual lots. Recommendation 6, that a temporary use permit would not be granted on private property within 100 feet of the city park. Moving ahead to the zoning code amendments. This is where we are looking for city council to direct staff to process a zoning code amendment to enact recommendations number 3 and 4. So these two recommendations would have to go through Planning Commission as well as back to City Council for official approval. Recommendation number 3 would be to amend Paso Robles Municipal Code Section 2169120 to require temporary use permit for all food trucks operating in the city of vending to the public, with the exception of a food truck operating as a caterer for an event that's not required to have a TUP. Recommendation number 4, to amend Paso Robles Municipal Code Section 2169120 to require on-site commercial businesses hosting more than 7 events in a year to obtain a temporary use permit for food trucks to participate in reoccurring events. Again, it's really key to focus on the fact that recommendation 4 has that 7 events in a year is what kicks you over that threshold of needing a temporary use permit. And with that, we can open it up to public comment.
Okay, thank you, Piper. I think
Thank you.
this is the first time we've seen, coming back from the ad hoc, the work you guys did. I think what I'd like to try to do is allow council to ask direct questions of these item 6 recommendations to Piper and get us questions only at this point. Then I'm going to allow the public to come up and also address this item, and then bring it back for us for full discussion. I'd like to have a report from the ad hoc members too on this. So I'll open up then to council. Any questions directly?
The ad hoc, they could,
Well, I was going to have just questions only at this point. So do you have any questions on what has been presented at this point?
I just want to clarify on number 6, the temporary use permit on private property within 100 feet of the park. So if it's just a private event and they're within 100 feet and it's just the one day, they don't need a temporary use permit and the food truck can be there?
That is correct.
Okay,
If it's just an exclusive event for that only.
correct.
Right.
It's just the one day.
Yep. Go to Gregory.
Yeah, and Piper, and that also includes all the special events in the park, correct?
Yes, so that does include community events, and then that's where Parks and Recreation gets a little bit more involved as well.
Yes, very good. Thank you.
Okay. Chris, anything?
there was a lot of information in there, and I just want to make sure everything got captured through the translation. So just to go back, it is kind of to piggyback what's been mentioned before, kind of the distinction of a food truck that is operating as a food truck, as opposed to a food truck that's operating as a caterer, as opposed to a food truck that is operating at a special event downtown. If you could just maybe summarize that.
Yes, so the biggest distinction is kind of being secondary to an event. So whether that be a community event, a private event, say it's Jill's Winery. Jill's Winery event could be open for their members, or Jill's Winery event could be open to the public. But it's the fact that the food truck is invited to attend their event, and it's not, the food truck is not the kind of independently operating outside of the event when it's part of an event. Whether
In other words, exclusivity of that event, they don't need a TUP. Anything beyond that, they need, just for one day, they're still going to have a TUP.
Yes, unless it exceeds the either one-day exception, or if it's the, again, if on-site commercial businesses have less than 7 events, then they don't need a TUP. But if it is more reoccurring, we do want to make sure they're a little more regulated. We know where they're going to be, what they're going to be doing. That's when it would trigger that TUP.
And that was more than 5 events a year, I think you said? 7?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Chris?
Not to throw too much confusion into this, but some of the questions that I received after this came out, we had discussed carts at some point. I don't want to talk about it tonight, but I think that it warrants a discussion somewhere after this is settled to come back and have a discussion on food carts or other types of businesses that operate carts that might be helpful, and just bring that to council's attention.
Okay. Fred, you have any questions?
Yes, just one other clarification. Let's say you mentioned an event where a winery, for instance, wanted to do 12 events, one a month. Even though they were planning that, they probably wouldn't have to apply for the permit until the 8th event, correct?
Yes, as planning staff, typically if we have an on-site commercial business that comes to us saying, I want to host an event, I want to do an event, or we have a food truck that says, I want to partake in this event, we will offer them and advise them. If they assume that is going to be the case, that they're going to exceed that threshold, they can. There's really no harm in, say you plan on having 12 and you only have 6 to have the temporary use permit. It outlines the rules very well. It allows to be in good coordination with city staff, enforcement officers, just to have that paperwork on hand. So there's no harm in getting it if, say, you're not required to meet that 7-day threshold.
Good. And and I was thinking of the same sort of thing. They may decide they want to do this, but events can change it, circumstances can change it. Yes, thank you.
Correct.
Okay. Good on questions for council at this point? Okay, thank you, Piper. Maybe stand by, we might need you a little closer. We'll go ahead and open up then to public on this item. Anybody wishing to address the council on items for the food truck? And we're, again, the 6 recommendations that is before us at this point. Bill, come on forward. Welcome.
I'm a little bit confused.
Yeah, you're not on. No, he needs to.
I'm a little bit confused because.
There you go.
Now I'm live, okay.
There you go.
I'm a little bit confused because the recommendations that are being seen here are different than the recommendations that we had at our last ad hoc committee meeting. There was a recommendation number 7 as well. Anyways, Mayor Hammond, members of the City Council, my name's Bill Saylor. My wife and I own Yabba Dabba Dogs. We've been in business since 2018, operating with a county health permit and a Paso Robles city business license. I'd like to address some of the concerns that I have regarding the recommendations tonight. First, I'd like to address the fact that complaints about the food trucks increased dramatically between April and August of 2025. I actually requested and received complaint documentations from the Paso PD. The documents show that a total of 49 complaints were received by the Paso Robles Police Department during that time period. Of those 49 complaints, only 16, that's 32%, dealt with food trucks. The other 33 complaints, 68%, dealt with the fruit, flour, trinket vendors, and people selling food in parking lots and out of their cars. Of the 16 complaints that dealt with food trucks, very few dealt with any of the recommendations presented to you tonight. Recommendation number 3 and 4 is recommending that a food truck operating in one location for more than 1 day to 1 year must have a TUP to operate. In essence, this recommendation requires that a food truck operator have a TUP on the first day of setting up operation in town. The first day. At least this is what, I'm going off of what was recommended at the last ad hoc meeting. We are food trucks, and the nature of our business is to be mobile. That's why we are called food trucks. And by nature, we need to be able to move from one location to another location if one location is not profitable. I'd like to see the recommendation be if a food truck anticipates being in one location for more than 30 days up to 1 year, they must obtain a TUP. That makes a little bit more sense. It's more reasonable and more business friendly. Additionally, requesting that a business within the city limits hosting 7 or more events a year, i.e. like the Poorhouse, apply for a TUP is just adding another administrative and financial burden to businesses already struggling in an uncertain and competitive business arena. There was a recommendation number 7 from the ad hoc committee, and that had to deal with recommending to restrict or prohibit food trucks from the TC1 zoning district downtown core area. Is that still on the table? Thank you. I'm fine with recommendation number 6 then. Okay, I'm going to bypass some of this stuff. Lastly, I would, there's duplication of paperwork services here. We cannot get a city business license unless we have our county health permit. The county health department requires us to have a commissary form, requires us to have a restroom agreement, et cetera, et cetera. The city is now also requesting that we complete those same documents for the city. I would like to see the city say, if you have your permit, which was done by the county health department, we don't need to see all that information. You don't need to fill out all of that information. It should just be a given.
Okay.
Last thing is that we've had ordinances on the book for some time. And I think what brought all this to a head is that the ordinances were not being enforced. Now we're coming up with new ordinances and requirements for food trucks. I'd like to have an answer sometime, I think we deserve it, how that's going to be enforced and who's going to be doing the enforcement. We couldn't enforce it before. Are we going to enforce it now? And just to let you know, the cost for a TUP permit is $206, which is another added expense. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
If you
Bill.
have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay, anyone else? Welcome.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jerry Torres. I'm actually the owner of the ice cream shop on Spring Street. Before we start, council members, we just wanted to make sure, on December 8th, we dropped off a letter. Just wanted to see if you guys received it in regards to a mobile food truck that started its operation next to us. So I'm just going to read the letter that I had on there. I am writing this letter on behalf of Paleteria Neveria Las Michoacanas, located on Spring Street in Paso Robles, to formally express our concern regarding a mobile food truck that has recently begun operating a few hundred feet from our establishment, offering similar products to like ours. As a brick and mortar business, we have made a significant financial investment in our location, equipment, and long-term presence in this community. Each year, we consistently pay taxes, city fees, required permits, and other regulations costing in order to operate responsibly and are according with local laws. Given this commitment and investment, we find it unfair that a mobile vendor can park and conduct business so close to our storefront, competing directly with us while not bearing the same long-term operational costs and obligations that we are required to meet. Additionally, we have observed that the city appears to enforce protective measures over restrictions in certain parts of Paso Robles, but not throughout the entire city. This creates an imbalance that disadvantages businesses like ours that rely on consistent customer traffic and stability in our immediate area. We respectfully request that the city of Paso Robles review this matter and consider advocating for clear and more uniform policies regarding how close mobile vendors can operate to establish brick and mortar businesses, especially when the products offered are similar. Our goal is not to limit competition, but to rather ensure fairness and equitable treatment for all businesses in Paso Robles. Thank you for your time and attention. We value the City of Paso Robles' continued support and commitment to local business community. We look forward to working together and solve this that solution that benefits everyone.
So, before you leave, what is the address of your business?
So we saw our Mexican ice cream shop.
Yeah, what's your address?
It is 2748 Spring Street, next to the Dollar Tree that just opened up down there.
Okay, good. Thank you. And thank you for participating.
No problem. Any questions for me?
No, we're good. Thank you, sir. Sharon, welcome.
Good evening. My name is Sharon Roden. I'm speaking as a private individual. I have a question and then a comment. The comment, we do need to protect the brick and mortar. They do have a sizable investment. Not saying that the food trucks do not, but we know that the difference in stationary versus mobile. On the TUP cost, that was brought up by Bill, how much the cost was. In the event that someone is going to have 7 events in a year, do you have to get a new TUP for each event? Or is it over the whole 7 events? So if you take that $200 fee divided by the 7, it's a little different than having the 200 and something per event, unless it's movable, I would assume. But if it's in the same place, that's my question. Is it the same?
We'll get that answered. Thank you, Sharon. Anyone else in the public? Francisco?
Francisco Ramirez. Thank you, council and ad hoc committee for doing this and getting together and allowing the community to partake, ask questions. I've been going through this, and I also agree with what Bill has said about, redoing and asking for double papers when one agency has already done that, and the city has access to those health department forms and permits. So I would say, why don't you request them and get those so that you have those on hand, one less thing the customer has to do for you guys, and help that streamline they were talking about. And also, I don't understand why people say, well, there's no cost in doing a small vendor, like a mobile individual, like taco trucks, like food vendors. There is cost. It takes money to make money. And also, these small food vendors, they don't make the amount of money that a brick and mortar makes. There is a difference. But that doesn't mean that just because they're a smaller vendor, they're not also partaking and paying, and they have expenses. And they're paying all these permits also. So they're not doing what you guys are requiring or asking. So I just wanted to make that clear. They think it's just, there's only cost with the brick and mortar, but no, there's also cost with having a small vending, because these taco trucks, they're not cheap. Some of them can cost up to a house, the same price as buying a house in Paso Robles. So it is cost money also. It's not, they're not doing it for free. They're, they're giving away these food trucks. And especially here in Paso Robles in San Luis Obispo County, in order to get a certain food truck, they are more stringent than they are in other counties in California. And a lot of people don't know that. So it's got to be specific. And you got to have those requirements that the health department requires in this county. And a lot of trucks don't have that, so they have to do additional work so that they can comply with the county of San Luis Obispo. Thank you.
Thank you.
Francisco?
Pro Tem Gregory.
I don't recognize the word taco truck. I recognize the word food truck.
Food truck. Or there's the new acronym, mobile unit, something P.
That's good. Yeah, I just want to make sure we're on the same page. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else in the public? And do we have anyone online, Melissa? Oh, come on up. Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Alex Zavala. I used to, since 2008, I used to operate a small little bacon wrap hot dog stand in Wayside Liquor here in Paso. Back then, nobody in town pretty much owned a mobile food truck, or probably did have them, but only used them for events or whatever. And as well as all the food vendors here that are here, notice that the laws and regulations have changed dramatically throughout the years. But one thing, I just wasn't here on the previous meeting, and I'm trying to get back into the mobile food vending business. One thing that just wasn't really clear to me in this meeting was that, so for example, say I was to buy a mobile food truck and get all my permits through the county and through the city of Paso, and if I was to post myself outside of a business, they would need a temporary use permit, or I will?
Yeah, if you'd like. Well, go ahead, Piper. Yeah.
Testing, is it working? So if it was the on-site commercial business that was hosting the event, they could obtain the temporary use permit. Whereas if it was yourself wanting to operate independently outside of any sort of on-site commercial event, gathering, et cetera, then the food truck or the mobile food facility operator would obtain the temporary use permit.
Right. So one thing that I want to be clear on is, for example, I want to park outside of a laundromat selling food, so, and I do that every weekend. Obviously, that's more than 8 times a year, you know what I mean? So that's still permitted, right? But I just need a temporary use permit.
Testing? Exactly. That is the case. So if you were independently operating, like you said, just wanting to, you still meet all operational requirements, property owner permission, noise standards, ingress, egress, et cetera, yourself as the vendor would come and apply for the temporary use permit, and we would grant you kind of checking off, yep, county health permit, business license, et cetera. Here's your temporary use permit to operate here on these days at this hours, whatever it may be requested.
Okay. But that answers my question. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Francisco, we've already had you heard once. One quick question. Go ahead. Just a question only.
So just really quick, I also wanted to add while he was come up. The gentleman was saying that, they were too close to his business, within 100, they were next door, whatever. We have plazas here that have more than one Mexican restaurant in the same plaza, closer than 100 feet. That is, I think it should be the choice of the customer to choose where they want to get an ice cream from, or a taco, or a snack. Maybe they like the way they make it, and they add a certain spice to it that the other one doesn't have. Or maybe I just want to go here today, and tomorrow I'll go to their place. Okay. There's a lot of plazas with a lot of similar businesses.
Okay, thank you, Francisco. We can only, I'm going to get in trouble. We're only really supposed to have one person at one time. So if you have a quick comment, I'll let you do it real fast, please.
John, you're killing me.
I know.
So just adding on what Francisco was saying is that the key word is mobile. We are a brick and mortar.
Yep.
We don't have the luxury to get up and move like they can.
Yep.
That's my statement on that.
Understood. That's why we're here.
Unfortunately, we cannot do that.
Very good. Thank you, sir. All right. Melissa, do we have anyone online?
No, sir.
Okay. Bring it back then to council. We've been here.
So can we talk about the ad hoc person?
Yes, that's what I was going to do. Bring it back to council. I'd like to get the ad hoc to report out, and then we can go to discussion with our council.
So I'm going to talk about the ad hoc first, the group. I want to thank everybody. Mr. Bosch and I had a great experience with all the food truck operators coming in and talking to us. Our staff was exceptional. We had all the details everybody wanted. And we tried to cover the bases and leave everything completely open to conversation with the city. We're doing this to solve the issues and make things work better. And it was really, really wonderful. I'd like to put a special thank you to Mr. Saylor. He has so much experience in the business. He brings a lot of good recommendations, which we'll talk about a little later. But I just want to go out and say thank you to all the food truck operators that I've met with out in the parking lot. And it's exciting to see this come to a good place where we can make the rules work. So that was our mission. So, and Chris, go ahead.
Thank you. I would echo Mr. Gregory's comments, especially about staff. Just a joy, a pleasure to work with them. They very quickly were able to gather the information that was presented to us from the community, bring it back in a way that was easy to digest. The recommendations were concise. It's a work in progress even now tonight. We're seeing additional recommendations such as how do we eliminate or take advantage of some of the duplication of information found on the county forms? How can we streamline that? Great recommendation. We talked a little bit about that during some of the meetings. We still need to work on that. Can't get everything done. This will continue to be worked on as we go forward. But I think so far so good. Some of the information that we wanted to bring back to council, we felt we needed some input from all of us on council. The downtown corridor, for example, didn't want that to be just two council members' decision. We wanted everybody to input.
And it was not one thing I'll compliment staff on is they got it down to 100 feet.
Yes.
Which makes me more comfortable because it basically covers what we wanted to. So, but it's definitely up for discussion with the council.
Right. So, I think what I said earlier about carts, the non-motorized carts, the push carts, that can be brought back down the road. But just want to say thank you very much to staff and to the food truck operators that came out and participated, those that were brave enough to get up and voice their concerns and share their opinions. Thank you very much.
So John, may I make a comment?
Sure. Yeah.
So there's a few things I want to repeat what Mr. Bausch had to say. I agree with the process being more efficient so we don't have duplication, and that's something we could ask the staff to look into doing. The other thing I think it's really important is when we have these rules and regulations, I think we need a process to set up a way to deal with conflict, not only with the ordinance, but between two people like a brick and mortar business, and all of a sudden you have a mobile food truck next to them or whatever's happening, a way to discuss it. And I know we did that somewhat on most of the big resolutions we do, so I think it's a good idea to have some kind of avenue, maybe letter writing and meet with staff or one identified person on staff or whatever it takes. It's important to deal with the conflict. That's where this all came from. And then the other one that Mr. Saylor also mentioned is clarify our staff on what enforcement is, where it's coming from, and how it's going to be enforced. I think that's a really good question. Also, Mr. Saylor brought that up, but I think that would be critical. So,
well, I think, again, that's exactly what we're doing here is basically giving staff direction to codify how they're supposed to handle these kind of situations, and that's what I think is important that we come together here. The recommendation tonight is to have specific direction back to staff on operational regulations, amendments to the zoning code regarding the following issues, and that's the generator noise, accessory furniture, temporary use permit requirements, setbacks, and proximities to downtown. So I think it'd be good if we just have council go through every one of those and have a roundtable on each one of them to see what everybody's talking and thinking about, and then we can move on.
you want to do like a straw vote, or what you want on each item?
Yeah, so first one obviously is recommendation 1, generator noise. So why don't we start, Chris Bausch, if you'd like to start, and we can go on down the line.
Well, I think the generator noise, the best solutions are often the simplest, coming up a range of mandating a very expensive generator that was CARB compliant and quiet was very expensive. I think they range from $2,500 on up to $3,500. That was kind of a non-starter for me. Staff came up with the cover situation at about $300. I think that was a reasonable compromise. If a food truck operator didn't have a quiet generator already, the cover seemed to be a good solution. So I'm in favor of that.
Okay. Fred, comment on that?
Well, my problem is handling these one at a time because they're interrelated, frankly. And for instance, a lot of things weren't said. The advantage a fixed operator has over a mobile, for instance. Almost every single mobile operator is a one-item operator. He's either tacos, or he's enchiladas, or he's some other Chinese dish, or he's hot dogs, or he's hamburgers. Restaurants have a variety. They also have longer hours. They do have higher costs, but they have advantages too. But each one has an advantage in its own role, but they also have disadvantages. So the thing is to not have them impact each other unfairly, and yet to allow business to have the freedom to operate and function within health and safety regulations. And I see those that are before us primarily health and safety, and I like that. I have no problem with that. I like Mr. Saylor's amendments. I thought that they made sense. We shouldn't have a duplication. If we've already gone through a process with one jurisdiction, they shouldn't have to repeat the same process with another jurisdiction that when the two are already related. That made sense to me.
We're going to get that too.
But see, other than that, going through these one at a time is just going to take a lot of time that I don't think is necessary to spend.
I disagree with that.
Well, like I said, that's basically a general comment on the whole situation, Fred. What we're trying to do is there's 6 items that staff really want some information back from council. So let's go ahead and.
Well, I don't have problems with any of them except that one.
Okay, all right. So then, Pro Tem Gregory.
I'll repeat what Chris Bausch said. I think it's a fair and reasonable way to deal with the noise. If somebody has the money for a quieter generator, if not, it's a good option, so I'm good with that.
All right, Chris, Beal?
I'm good with the generator recommendations.
Yeah, I kind of agree too that wherein that there's no shore power or no electrical power for them to plug into, which I'm hoping we can find a location that might be more conducive to that, where they have shore power and they won't need generators. And that is not the case, then certainly keeping it quiet is super important, I think, in the downtown area, especially if that's where it's going to be. So that would be a recommendation, I think, that we would have on that warrant. Item 2, accessory furniture. Staff is asking, what should not be permitted and what is permitted. So we'll start off again. Chris Bausch, do you have any items on that?
I think the 120 square feet makes sense. It's enough space for a temporary use. It's not really intended to be an all-day, all-night kind of situation. It's meant for someone to sit down while the food is being prepared, get your food, and then head on down the road.
Yep.
Same thing with the shade structure. It's not meant to be something that's going to encroach on anybody's property, but it's there to provide a respite from the sun, which we desperately need at times here in Paso Robles. So I think that's a great compromise.
Okay. Fred, do you have any comment on item 2?
It made sense to me.
Okay. Go Tim Gregory.
Yeah, I'll agree. I think people standing in the sun waiting to order their food or waiting for the food to come out, it's important to have shade. And there's a lot of discussion because the previous didn't allow any seating or cover. So this gives a nice blend of both, and so I like it.
Okay.
I agree.
Chris?
I agree.
Okay. My question maybe to Warren on this one or Piper is, when they do a TUP, do they have to have a site map to show how they're set up and distances and setbacks and such? I assume that's the case.
Yeah, that's the purpose of the TUP, is
Exactly.
basically to establish a site plan so that they know how to operate, and then when we do enforcement, it's clear what the rules are.
Yes, that's what I thought. So I would certainly agree with that recommendation that, basically what we're trying to say is that, public easement around their establishment is super critical for us. And that's what I think this would accomplish by having those 3 recommendations. So, okay. Moving on, then we have the one that Bill Saylor had a lot of comment on, and that was the expanded temporary permit requirement, which is going to require a zoning code amendment, and which would have to, of course, go back to the Planning Commission for future consideration. So start with Chris Bausch again on this one.
I think we had quite a bit of discussion on this and trying to come up with a fair way to allow private businesses to be able to enjoy the popularity of a food truck without impinging upon local restaurant owners, brick and mortar restaurants, and also the popularity of bringing food trucks in without creating this potential of overstaying their welcome. So a good balance of bringing them in for like celebrating an anniversary or an open house for a one-day event, kind of in a situation for number 3, and then celebrating for number 4, doing irregular kind of events, once every couple of months, but not setting up to do something every single day. And if you do something every single day, that's obviously more than 7 events. You're removing the advantage that a food truck might have over a brick and mortar restaurant. And I think that's a great way to disincentivize setting up every day in a gas station parking lot, for example.
Okay. Fred, any comment?
I think generally it makes sense that there's an interesting situation, and a lot of this all revolve around the downtown area and mainly the main part of the city, where we have a lot of restaurants and we have a lot of traffic, that's
Right.
tourism, et cetera. But some of these food trucks also become very necessary out in the industrial areas, so that those people actually have a place to go for lunch that may not be the same thing every day. And it may not be a full line of food like you have in a restaurant, but it's something where they can get something to eat and then go back to work. And that's a whole different situation. And depending upon the nature of the area, I could not see one business having to get its own use permit in order to have a food truck come in every day, even if it's different ones, just to provide a place where its employees can go catch a bite to eat for lunch. So I don't want to see this used that way. That's my only concern.
Okay. Steve?
I like both of these amendments. I think that as we go through the process with the Planning Commission and back to the City Council, I think some of the issues ought to be discussed about this. In my history, and I don't want to show my age, but we had food trucks coming for lunch every day when I was working in an industrial area. And it's almost a different mechanism in a way, because either we need to be able to allow them to have a temporary use permit to go to multiple locations, maybe because they're a lunch food truck business. Those are things you have to consider, I think. I like the way it's written, because if you're operating as a caterer for special event, the event has to get the TUP or they have to have the permission. But if not, if you're setting up as a food truck only, then you have to have your TUP. So I think that's pretty clear, but the gray areas are what need to be discussed, because item number 4, it's the same thing where you have an on-site commercial business hosting more than 7 events a year. If it's downtown or wherever, it doesn't really matter where it is. When does that temporary use permit really need to come into play, and how it affects both the business and the food truck operators? I like the way it's written, but I think this is something our staff could refine in the process of the planning commission.
So a question real quick, Warren, on that item 3, would a food truck showing up at a particular, like a manufacturing plant, would that be considered a caterer? I mean, because he's only catering to that one company. It's not a public event. I guess it could be, but basically they're going to be allowed to come onto the site or on the property to do this. When we were going through growing up and things, it was definitely, they'd honk the horn, everybody come out and, grab a hot dog and go back to work. But that was what I'm wondering, how are we going to interpret something like that? Is it...
Well, there's some different rules. So these kind of trucks are allowed to stop and vend from the street, from the curb, but it's only for a limited period of time, like 10 minutes or so. So I think that's kind of what you were explaining, and that doesn't require a TUP. But if they're on private property, so if they pull onto private property and they park there, that is a trigger for a TUP if it's not a catered event. And if it's just like lunch service kind of thing, that would be a TUP trigger.
That's the way I thought it would read too, exactly.
Yeah. And I think, the idea with the TUP, I mean, there's some costs there, but the idea, we're trying to make that process as simple and straightforward as possible, so that these trucks that want to do that can get the TUP. We can work, with multiple sites for a single TUP as well. So if somebody that, wants to do lunch in different locations, I think, that's something staff can, work out. Because we don't want a lot of TUPs. It's a lot easier if a single truck has one TUP, and if we have multiple site plans, we can work that out.
Yeah, what I was referring to is mostly construction sites, where everybody doesn't bring their lunch. So a big construction area, they just drive onto this property. And so it's not really, I guess, a manufacturing facility, but it would be on private property, so to speak. It would be on public property at that point. So
You're not going to stay, I think this is the point that Warren's trying to make. They're going to be there momentarily and leave.
yes, it's not for a long period of time. So
I do one more comment.
Steve, go ahead. Yeah.
There is another model, and it's Bill Saylor's model. He produces food at several different locations year-round. He's downtown in the park. He's everywhere. So I just want to make sure that whatever system we set up for people like Bill, who have multiple locations, don't have to get 10 conditional use permits. We want to have him be able to work within his bounds. So I think that's something that you could also cover at the Planning Commission.
Yeah, and because these are zoning code amendments, this is going to go back to Planning Commission and then ultimately back to City Council. So that gives us some time to refine this. So I think this kind of feedback is very useful, and we can incorporate that into, what's going to go to Commission and then finally back to you for more review.
Okay, very good. Councilmember Beal.
I think you answered my question. I was curious kind of the way that it would go back to planning and the level of input conversation, because there are a lot of strange things with this particular issue. So the Planning Commission can hammer it out and
So
send it back to
Planning
us?
Commission, when we go back, we'll brief them on this whole process. We'll do the same public notification and participation process at Planning Commission. And then Planning Commission will just then make yet another recommendation for council to consider.
Thank you.
So I had a couple things that Mr. Saylor kind of brought up again. And, the TUP, right now it's for a single event, but is that TUP good for a certain period of time? 30, is it 360? In other words, a year? What's the time framing for?
TUP is 1 year.
1 year.
Permit.
Okay. And it's for a site-specific location?
Yes.
So
But we could work on it so that a single TUP could be issued for multiple sites as well. I think that's workable as
that's
well.
going to be a key, I think, right there. Yeah, okay. And then the other question was the county health permit and what they have to do for that. Can we accept the county health permit as being?
Yeah, that makes sense. We'll do some research in terms of, how we can accept, documents that the county's already approved. So we'll look into that.
Mhm. And the last one is the cost. Right now, we're at 200, 206 for.
Yeah, that's, the minimum time for one staff hour.
Yeah.
But every year, the council looks at, the cost for different permits. TUP is one of those. So the council does have the ability to adjust it as they see fit.
So that's basically the cost of service, right? We can't charge any more than the cost to do this.
Yeah, I was just going to chime in that our fee schedule is set up as such where we're recovering the cost of service for a specific permit that's issued to a specific entity or person for a specific service or whatever permit. If we're not fully recovering the cost of that, then essentially your general fund is subsidizing, and so the money that's used for police, fire, streets, and everything else is subsidizing to whatever level that permit or that service that staff is working on.
Yeah, I was just, kind of wondering about a single event, single time. It's rather high to do that, but then again, I'm not sure that that's really what it takes for timing. It doesn't matter if it's one day or 360 days, it's still going to cost us the same amount, basically. So, Chris Bouch.
I see Paul Patty, he made a really good observation regarding the inspections, and I don't know if he made it, I don't think he made it here, but he made it to the ad hoc committee. It might be, if you could share that information about the reciprocity. I think that's already made some good progress on how that will work out.
Okay, Paul?
Paul Patty, Battalion Chief Fire Marshal. So we're working with the fire prevention officers within the county and northern Santa Barbara County to streamline this process. Some of what you're talking about tonight with the duplication of information is already being addressed behind the scenes. It's not in a position that we're able to comment on it completely tonight where we're at. We hope to have something by the middle of January. We already have some preliminary items that are already addressing that, such as potentially providing when somebody applies for a food truck permit or a mobile food vendor, because it can be a trailer, but we're excluding carts. That's not part of this. That they would be provided a binder, and in that binder would have all of the necessary information and permits that they would need and have on hand. So when code enforcement comes from the PD side, they would be able to go directly to that binder, see that everything is there. What we're also discussing too is that the fire departments, instead of having a mobile food vendor that goes to different jurisdictions, have to pay for inspections to meet the fire and life safety codes, is that throughout the county in northern Santa Barbara County, that we produce a sticker or decal that goes on the back of the vehicle, much the same as the county health permit does. So this is all in the proposal mode right now, but that's what we're leaning towards, and the other jurisdictions have given us the direction that that's what they're hoping for too. We just happen to be spearheading the process from Paso Robles to be able to make that happen. Did I answer your question?
You did.
Yeah,
I
that's
think
good
it's a work in progress. You did great. So,
yes.
I think it's good timing for us to do this, and as planning goes through it, more detail will come out, hopefully, and by the time it comes back to City Council, more detail.
Yes, hopefully by the time, we're hoping by the middle of January, and what's hanging up right now is the holidays. So
Sure.
People getting their information from their jurisdictions, meeting with their people, providing it to us. We already have a SharePoint set up for all the counties, or for all the jurisdictions in the county to dump their information into. I'm monitoring that. I pulled it today, looking at notes and what changes we have. We're having wastewater involved, county environmental health, code enforcement, county health, fire, planning. I think I caught all the entities.
The grease.
Yeah, wastewater, yeah, for the grease.
So what we heard was that these food trucks aren't just here in Paso Robles. They go throughout.
Oh, yeah.
And they're
They're mobile, yeah.
It's expensive. The 206 is just the beginning. And so if we can help streamline that, that's
And so currently, the way it is that if a food truck operates in San Luis, they're going to have to get an inspection done down there. They come up here and operate up here, they're going to have another fire and life safety inspection. What we're working on is being able to address that, to have one inspection on a calendar year, and we will accept that with that decal on the back of the vehicle. That will just, to us, that will show us, yes, this vehicle has been inspected for fire and life safety, and in that binder, there's the information, so code enforcement may look at it. We may go just do a drop-in inspection at no cost just to look and make sure that everything is in order, because those hood systems in those vehicles need to be serviced every 6 months. And if it's used quite a bit, it's going to have to be cleaned more frequently.
Excellent. That's a great idea, Paul.
Yeah.
Well done. Great, thank you.
Very much.
Fred, any comment on, well, I'm finishing up item 3.
I think we did 3 and 4.
We haven't gone to 4 yet. I'm just finishing up. That last one was on the cost of a TUP. So moving on then to number 4, special event temporary use permit requirement. That's going to be a zoning code amendment also. We have that up, and that's, I think, most of you.
We got clarification on that, I think.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah,
That's why
I
I
think that was good.
Further? Okay. All right, we'll move on then to item 5, and that's the food truck setbacks from sidewalks. And that's operational required updates, and you can see what we have there.
No
Any
problem.
comment? Starting with Bausch then, I guess, on this one?
And so this is.
Yeah,
just wanna
Warren,
Point out, this was actually number 6 in the last ad hoc committee meeting, so it's turned into number 5 here.
right.
For those who are following at home in their programs. I think, again, this was quite a bit of discussion. I think staff did a great job in recognizing that different food trucks are set up differently. Some with windows, some without windows, and different lots are set up differently. So there really isn't a one-size-fits-all, but it's incumbent upon the food truck operator to realize that they cannot operate in the public right-of-way. They have to respect that. If they're going to set up in a parking lot, there's a couple different ways they can orient their vehicle to take advantage of the stall where cars would normally park. And they're going to have to work that out with the parking lot owner, the building owner, the business that they represent that day, and come up with the best and optimal use. So I think this 9-foot setback recognizes that. So I'm good with that.
Okay. Fred, question or comment?
I have no problem with this one.
Okay. Pro Tem Gregory.
This is an improvement, actually, from item 6 before, and now item 5, because it's very clearly explained what the setback is. I also like this one because it gives the staff, as part of the permitting process, a review of how they're going to set up, so they can work with people to make it flexible. So, yes, I like it.
Councilmember Beal.
I'm fine with this.
Yeah, I think this is, again, a good one. I do like the fact that we still have a little latitude with our staff to increase or decrease setbacks based on the TUP and the site plan, essentially. Given everything's different, it's not a cookie cutter. So given, the site, they can actually make some improvements maybe on more or less room that's needed to keep the public separated. So no problem on that. And then our last one we had is on item 6. Staff recommendation was to have the city park food truck buffer, and we have 100-foot is what's proposed. Comments? Chris Bausch.
So, temporary use permits will not be granted on private property within 100 feet of the park. So the options on this were 100, 200, and 300 feet. And when the ad hoc committee and we're discussing this, it became clear that some of those were a little too onerous, would restrict private property use of their own space. I think the 100 feet respects some of the historic property without restricting a property owner's use if they wanted to have a food truck used as a catering operation for, say, an open house or some kind of a celebration or an anniversary. They won't need a temporary use permit. They can still have a truck show up on their own private property, but it's only for the one day. It's not something that can be done on a forever basis or 2 or 3 day basis. So I think this is a reasonable compromise.
Okay, Fred?
My only concern would be, does this in any way affect the farmer's market? Because the farmer's market frequently has different stalls that actually do that.
Farmers Market has this.
So,
Yeah.
Warren, can you address that?
They're already allowed. Yeah, Warren?
Yeah, farmer's market's its own special event with its own rules. None of this affects farmer's markets.
So I like item 6 for the same reasons as Mr. Bausch. It's less restrictive, but it does protect the businesses downtown. So I think it's a good buffer. So.
Councilmember Beal?
Yeah, I thought actually that this was one of the trickier sort of items. I think for the most part, the ad hoc agreed on all of the prior items. This is the one where there wasn't really clear direction. And there was talk about having it coincide with the downtown overlay. That seemed a bit expansive. Looking at a X number of feet buffer, that potentially felt a little arbitrary because, you are drawing a line and making decisions. But once I saw the map, and I think the 100-foot buffer makes a lot of sense. I think this is a good solution, and I've heard from other people that this is a good solution.
So I wanted to bring up to the ad hoc, there was discussion, I believe, to have like a once or twice a year type of downtown food truck night. Did you guys explore that much? And then location. And I know that we were talking about put it in a spot where they're all together. For instance, between the Mars Pizza parking lot or in our city parking lot, or I even suggested possibly doing the street shut down where they typically do the farmer's market and keep them right there in front of City Hall as a particular event. In other words, something that is tailored for come on down, that kind of thing. So what was your thoughts on that?
Here's my recommendation, and I don't know, Chris, you can agree or disagree, but I think we should finish these 6 items first.
Well, that is part of it.
Well, I think I think that's additional direction that's not stated in any written form.
Okay.
Now, I want those things too. I made several suggestions, but I'm trying not to talk about them, just so we can get through this.
Well, this item right now that we're on, 6, is again going to impact that kind of an event. That's why I brought it up. Within 100 feet, you can see the pink. That's what staff's recommending, is that we won't have anything within that range. What I totally agree during normal days, but what I was asking ad hoc was how a particular event might happen for food truck night.
With the exception of the city property, the city can issue that. So the parking lot behind, off of Pine Street or Railroad Street back there, or the parking lot behind City Hall are places that the city owns, and they can control that.
Right.
So if somebody wants to come and do that, that's something that they can do.
Okay.
Well, I was thinking of things similar to what Main Street has sponsored, like lavender and olive oil, and some of those stalls are actually giving people samples. Here, this is what this tastes like. That's almost being a food vendor, even though you're not charging for it, but you are vending food to the public in order to sell your product, but you're still selling that product there at the event. So I want to be careful that we don't interfere or restrict something like that.
All right. Chris Bausch, you had a comment on that?
Well, we talked about a variety of ideas. As Mr. Gregory said, we talked about having it in parking lots. I think somebody mentioned City Hall parking lot, the train depot parking lot, having it, like you said, where Farmers Market is now. Some of the areas that we got kind of hung up on and wanted to redirect back to council or planning commission. Who would actually run it?
Yeah, maintain, organize it.
We didn't want to volunteer city staff. Did we want to have something like farmers market staff? Did we want to have a lottery system, where people, or food truck vendors that wanted to participate, where they put their name in a hat and we picked out 5 or 6 of them to operate? How often would we want to have it? Is this once a week? Is this once a month, once a quarter?
Yeah, that's what I think maybe direction to staff would be, to maybe come up with a policy on how that might be administered in lottery systems, for instance, in rotation, just like we do for a tow truck type of thing.
We chickened out and we didn't want to come back and tell you how to do it.
So there's something else that hasn't been said yet, and that is a food truck court.
Yes.
Which has been offered up by a couple people, but that's into a different conversation. And once you get a food truck court, all these questions will go away, because that's where the food truck operators are going to go.
Right, I understand, but again, in particular to this item right now, within 100 feet of the park, that's why I'm bringing it up. And so, for right now, what I'm hearing from council anyway is that we're all pretty good with this 100-foot buffer, correct? Yeah, okay.
I think the exception would be, there'd be a couple of exceptions. Obviously, we have New Year's Eve coming up. We're going to have food trucks downtown for New Year's Eve. So there's going to be built-in exceptions. If we do a food truck court, an occasional food truck court, would there be an exception? There's an exception for farmers market. So those things have to be taken into consideration.
Okay.
But yes, by and large, a 100-foot buffer.
So just to be clear, those types of things are special events that have their own type of permits versus things that would be governed by this scheme that we're working on.
Okay.
Mr. Hammond?
Tim.
And there's a volunteer in the audience that wants to operate these special events for food trucks.
Okay, there's several out there that can help staff.
David's not doing anything. We could volunteer David.
I have one final general comment.
Sure, go ahead, Fred.
I would like to compliment this city. I would like to compliment our ad hoc. I would like to compliment our staff on once again being what Paso Robles is uniquely doing in many areas, and that is being the tip of the spear for the entire state of California.
Yeah.
And pioneering this particular subject.
Yeah, didn't realize that Paul Patty was doing that with the county level. So, yeah, Chris.
And I'd like to make just some general comments also. So I, want to thank city staff for bringing on the concurrent translations for this process, both for the council meeting and the ad hoc meeting. I know that this was a lot of work to do all of the behind-the-scenes work to try to harmonize things and figure out what the solutions are, work with the ad hoc, take all of the public comment, and then feed that in. But I think the process was so valuable because there was, through the public engagement, there was real ground truthing about what works, what doesn't. It's just so much easier to talk to people that are, familiar with the business and can offer feedback. I thought the ad hoc itself was respectful, curious, and really solution-oriented to try to come up with the best solution for this situation. So I appreciate everyone's time. Also for the audience, the point of all this is we want things to be safe. We want them to be fire safe. We want to make sure that we're not polluting the waters of the state. We want to make sure we have, property owners' permission. Those are all reasonable, right? That is all reasonable to expect that. And that is our responsibility as a city to make sure that there are rules for that. The trick is, what's the exact limit of the rule, right? Because that then is how things are enforced. Because I can speak in a general way, oh, we don't want you to be draining into, the creek, but you have to have something in place, a metric, a trigger that would say, okay, this is in compliance or this is not. Because in the end, we have to enforce it, right? So that everybody's safe, so that the rules are safe across the board between businesses. And that's why this seems so complicated. But in the end, I think we're going to have a really good result. So I thought our ad hoc committee was very thoughtful, asked great questions, that the staff was great. I thought the community was great. I think it's a good lesson in good governance. And congratulations.
So one of the last question here real quick I wanted to kind of run by, and I think I heard pretty much the consensus that staff is asking, is council interested in committing necessary city resources, including staffing and administration, use of facilities, streets, and to support a development of operation of a regularly scheduled food truck event. So I think personally for me, I'd like to see something come back with that to see really if we want to get behind that, such an event, organized kind of a thing, or rather maybe have some public input where they can maybe run it as well. What's the consensus? Everybody thumbs up on that too, that we can have them come back afterwards? Yeah, I kind of agree too.
Can I make a comment real quick?
You bet, go ahead.
So this is a pretty wide, diverse, I don't think it was very too conflicting, but it was just a lot of information. And I just want to compliment Katie and Piper for driving the bus and getting us here. Thank you. And the process was nice because we identified all the issues that were concerning. We addressed all those issues tonight. It's pretty clear, and I think we're in a place to move forward. So.
Okay. Warren, is that pretty good? I mean, do you have any further comments, or do you think you have enough at this point?
So I think what we'd like a motion, basically. It sounds like we have consensus on the items here on the screen. So those are the operational requirements that go into effect immediately. And then the second part is the zone changes. So like we said, that's going back to Planning Commission. It sounds like, there's a lot of interest in making sure there's a process where one TUP can cover multiple sites, and the ability to rely on county documents. So we'll consider that as we do that update process. So I think if we could get a motion basically to accept what's on the screen plus those two notes, I think we can move that forward. And then it sounds like you want to report back on options for some sort of city-sponsored event, and we can just bring that back as a separate item.
So moved.
Can you back up? Well, let's back up again. Let's read that on the other slide you had there, Warren. There it is. So that's the motion that he wants us to go ahead and.
So I move what Warren said is we adopt motion to accept what's on the screen, and then 3 and 4 to go through the planning commission process.
Okay, motion by Gregory, second by Bausch. Discussion? Okay, we'll call for the question, Melissa.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Beal?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you all for coming tonight, too. Appreciate it.
Can I make one more comment?
Yes.
So Warren, and I don't know if you can get with staff on this, but I think the enforcement question is important to address that.
And I think as we come back with the TUP amendments, we can clarify that as well.
Okay, thank you.
Can I take a break?
Yeah, let's just, we've been going for a while, so we'll do a 10-minute break.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And special events that will be inside that.
We'll reconvene. We're back on schedule here for item 2, San Luis Obispo Council of Governments Supplemental Funding Overview and Draft Expenditure Plan. City Manager Chris, what?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, as you all know, SLOCOG is our regional transportation agency. They, in part, do our long-range regional transportation planning. They do funding allocation of various funds that the region receives, and they coordinate both with the county and the 7 incorporated cities on these matters. Of course, we're represented as a member on that board and in that organization. Councilmember Strong is our representative. And I won't steal too much of their thunder, but I will say that for the last many months, SLOCOG has been having ongoing community dialogue and discussion around transportation funding. And that discussion has really revolved around the look at what if the region had additional local funding resources at its disposal, mainly through a potential half-cent sales tax that would be focused directly on transportation needs in the county. And so here tonight with us, we have several members of the SLOCOG team and Kendall Flint with DKS Associates, who's going to be walking through a presentation. And tonight's item, as I believe she will explain, is to really get your feedback and your input on work that the SLOCOG and their board have been doing. There's no decision or inflection point tonight. It's simply receiving the file to get the council's feedback, and they'll walk through, I'm sure, the timeline and what the future holds with the discussion. So with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Flint for the presentation.
Thank you so much. And again, it's my pleasure to be here tonight, Mr. Mayor. Nice to see you again, council members. As many of you know, I've been actually attached to this particular effort since 2016. We're very excited to talk with you tonight about what has changed. I'm trying to turn this, I'm moving along. There we go. Sorry, I went ahead of myself. First of all, for those of you that don't know, SLOCOG is the San Luis Obispo Council of Governments. Their function is really to work with all of the cities in San Luis Obispo County, as well as the county itself, and to develop a proactive approach to funding transportation investments throughout the county. And that includes both local and regional pieces that are there. We have an elected board of 12 members. That is 1 member from each of the city councils. Councilmember Strong represents the city of Paso Robles. We have 5 members from the Board of Supervisors, and then again, all of the other council members that are there. Their job is really to represent the region and make sure that each of us are really getting the most of what we can get. One of the challenges that San Luis Obispo County has is a lack of funding. There are currently 25 counties in California that are called self-help counties. They get half-cent sales tax, or in some cases a different percentage, but that money allows them to fund regional projects. As many of you know, here in San Luis Obispo County, we have a number of major projects that are currently unfunded. There's a 4-mile stretch in South County along 101 that is funded, but really none of the other projects that we're looking at has that long-term funding. Specifically here in North County, we're looking at that 46-101 connection, a lot of those other things. In order to make that happen, we would have to have an additional revenue stream in order to access both state and federal funds in order to actually bring those things to reality. Now, right now, if you look, you can see that our state transportation funds have been going steadily down. That is not good. Part of that is due to the reduction in funds from gas tax. Some of that is people just not driving as much anymore because it's very expensive. Some of it is because the proliferation of electric vehicles. But in general, you can see from 2018 to 2026, we're getting less than half of what we got previously. So when you combine that with our additional needs, you can see there's definitely some challenges. Now, right now, when you look here at our current transportation sales taxes, you're seeing we're not getting the right amount. And so right now, SLO is not seeing any of these transportation sales tax revenues, which our neighbors are in Santa Barbara, in Santa Cruz, and other places. In the 2016 election, some of you may remember, San Luis Obispo County did try for a measure. It came this close. We lost about 440 votes. But at that same time, both Santa Cruz and Monterey successfully passed measures. And I'm going to talk a little bit about what that meant for them. When you look at this graph, Santa Cruz County over that last 10-year period has collected about $196 million. Monterey, 277, and during that same period, Santa Barbara, almost $500 million. When you take that money, what's really important about it is the ability to leverage that, to take those funds and use it to match for grants that are available at both the state and federal level. And you can see here, which is sad but true, San Luis Obispo County, by not passing a measure in 2016, did not see any of that revenue. Conservatively, we would have lost out on about $270 million. And if you look at what others have been able to do with leveraging, probably another $430 million in terms of what we could have done in terms of grant funding. So it's a substantial amount of money that was not brought into this region because we don't have a sales tax. And you can see these other folks have been really successful with that. So over the last literally decade, SLOCOG staff as well as member agencies have been constantly meeting with folks, but very consistently in the last 18 months, 2 years, we've been really looking at what things people want to see in the local measure. More than 70 public meetings. We did a series of focus groups. We've done some polling that I'll show you in a moment. But really looking at all these different things of what people wanted. And what we heard overwhelmingly is that local agencies, the cities and the residents therein, want more local control over what they do. So as an example, in the 2016 measure, there was percentages that were set aside for things like bike lanes and pedestrian. And what we learned is that that's great in some cities, and in other cities, they want to spend more money on other things. So one of the things we did this time around is say, look, why don't we make this a little more flexible so that the local city has control over how they're going to spend their money, and they can use that to the highest and best use. Now, what we also found in the polling, which was just conducted this last fall, is that 76% of voters or potential voter residents think that there's a great need for funding for transportation in the area. 74% thinks that their specific area that they live in has that need. And when we're talking about that, it's things like not only their local streets and roads, but again, it's those regional projects that are coming up, safe routes to schools, all these other pieces. Now, we also found that if we talk to folks about what could possibly happen, in order to make this work, we have to pass the measure at 2/3. That's state law, and that's the way that it works with SLOCOG putting that measure forward. Before, we just told about what was happening, 61% of the possible voters thought that perhaps yes would be their vote. Once they learned about how the funds might be spent, that number went up to 65%. Now, this does have a margin of error of about 3%. And I also want to remind people that when you do these types of surveys, you're on the phone with someone or online for 15, 20 minutes. So this is a very brief conversation. What I'm going to go over with you tonight really hasn't been presented to the public. They have not seen this yet. So in the next, say, 9 months, that's going to be the job of SLOCOG, the consultant teams, and our local agencies to let people know what's in it. And you can see there that if we do tell them about what is positive in this, what that means for their communities, we do see closer to 65% in terms of passage. So what's different? Number one, we're talking about an average of $35 million a year that will be brought in by this tax. Now, this is a half cent on anything that you purchase. Scarves, going out to a restaurant, buying a car, buying a refrigerator, all those types of things that we spend money on every day. I think it's really important to also note this tax is paid for also by visitors that come to this area, specifically people that are coming here to drink wine or to stay in our hotels or to go visit family and friends. The current plan has 55% of that money going to local agencies. That means the 7 cities and the county itself. Each is getting a percentage based on population. Now, as your city manager knows, there were numerous conversations with the city managers group as well as the county administrator about what's the best way to do this. And different agencies do it in different manners: road miles, population, sales tax. At the end of the day, the city managers and the this county administrator really came to, let's keep it at population. That's the fairest. That seems like something we can really adjust and make sense to everyone. Everyone will get their percentage, and then I'll talk about in a moment how they can use it. It can be for safe routes to schools. It can be used for bike lanes. It can be used for pedestrian, fixing potholes, road maintenance, wayfinding, anything that you want to do within the community. It's also can be used for things like transportation or transit services. So if Paso wanted to put in a trolley, you could use funds for that. If you wanted to supplement existing transit services that serve your community, you could use it for that. So it really is quite flexible in what people can and can't do. Now, the next biggest chunk, obviously, is the 40% that goes to regional corridor improvements. Now, for this particular pot, what we learned in 2016 is that some of our smaller communities, particularly in the unincorporated areas, were concerned that they were not getting their fair share of funds, or potentially not getting their fair share of funds as they come in. So the opportunity here was to basically break out the county into 4 subregions, and then again by population to separate out these funds by subregion. So as an example, you're in the North County region, and that means that basically the Tascadero, Paso, and your local communities would get their percentage chunk of funding that could be used, again, for things like the 46101. It could be used for interchanges, all those major projects and programs. Ditto for our friends at the North Coast, Central Coast, and South County, so that each region would be able to come up with plans and projects that they want to have incorporated. Now, important to note, all of these projects, the regional projects, would come before the SLOCOG board. All of the projects would have to be included in the most recently adopted capital improvement program, and also the most recent regional transportation program, which is being adopted as we speak. And that's largely to make sure that these plans and these funds are supporting infrastructure investments that have been planned for. You know, it's not like, ooh, we got some money, let's go do that. And what's really important about these funds, and some people have said, well, it's a little less, why? 35 million, 14 million a year, that sounds like a lot of money, but when you're talking about these major projects, it's really not that much in the big picture. What we normally see these funds being used for is we call it making things shovel ready, which means all the planning projects, doing the environmental review, making sure that they are ready to go so that they can move on to that next portion of the program. Now, if you look here, you'll see this is just a look at the percentages of funds. So you can see here in Paso Robles, Paso's got one of the largest population bases. Paso would see about $2.1 million per year that could be used for local roads. And then within that, North County, almost $5 million that would go to the regional piece. Likewise, you can see as they all break down. Now, in the unincorporated areas, one of the things we are hearing, and I'd love to hear council's reaction tonight, one of the things we're hearing from folks is that there may be a request to take the unincorporated, which is the county, and also split that out by these regions, right? So that everybody knows that they're going to get something out of it. If we break it much further down, it starts to become challenging to take track of, and also challenging to actually do anything meaningful. But that's one of the things that's kind of floating out there. We expect to hear from the county on that. If you look at the bottom here, we also see 4% for senior, disabled, and veteran mobility improvements. One of the things we found, not only in this poll, but in the 2024 poll and previous ones over the last 10 years, is people want to see specific set-asides to improve funding for those folks that are disabled or have other challenges over and above. So that's why there's a set-aside specific for that. And that can be anything from point-to-point services, on-demand services, supplemental services to existing lines that are already there, but that's specific for that subset of folks within our transit-dependent community. And that was really heavily supported by voters in all the previous polls, as much as like 3 times as much as we would see for regular. Administrative costs are capped at 1%. You may say, well, what are they doing? They're not hiring more people, I assure you. But what they are doing is making sure that there's opportunities to really get transparent about this stuff. So SLOCOG and its staff would be responsible for a couple things. One, fielding the community the community oversight, citizens oversight group, which would be one representative from each of the cities, as well as one from each supervisorial district. and they would be constantly looking at how the money was spent. That also comes back to the local agencies, right? So each city or the county gets money as they're coming in, and they have to report back and where that money was spent. So that the voters, this is a contract, the voters know that you got X million dollars and you spent it on this, that, or the other, and there are receipts to back that up, so that you can't use it for police, fire, parks. And these are all wonderful things, but they're not what the measure was intended for. Also, one really important comment about this is that these are funds that are used to enhance or supplement existing. So the city already has a certain amount of money that it sets aside each year from your general fund that's used for local road maintenance. You can't supplant those funds. You can't trade those out for the tax revenue, right? It has to be on top of that to increase the amount of funds that you have available. Likewise, developers or anyone that comes to Paso or anywhere else in San Luis Obispo County will continue to have to pay their fair share. They can't be offset by the tax revenue. So it really is intended to enhance and expand the amount of money that can be used. Now, as far as the oversights and guarantees, the other thing that the Slow Cog team will be doing is in working with that Citizens Oversight Committee, producing annual reports that show how the money was spent, what projects were funded, all those different things. And those will actually, as part of the ordinance, be made bilingual, because we do have a substantial number of folks in the county that don't speak just English. They speak English or Spanish, so that's part of it. I think the most important thing about all these safeguards is really making sure that, again, it's incredibly transparent. These are best practices that are used by other self-help counties, and a few that are unique to San Luis Obispo County. Again, we're asking that the local agencies have, for example, a capital improvement program, that they have a pavement management program, that they are having meetings with the public to let them know when you do your budget, how you're planning on spending your measure funds each year, so they have an opportunity to weigh in. Now, in terms of what the cost is going to be, the average person is going to spend about $2.31 a week. Again, you're not taxing housing, you're not taxing medical equipment, you're not taxing groceries like you normally don't. It's basic things that you do every day, right? And so it really kind of depends on the person or the household as to where they're spending their funds, if it's more or if it's less. But that's basically the average, around $2.31 a day, or a week, sorry. So what we're in the midst of doing right now, the Slow Cog board did convene last week, yes. And they did approve this plan in concept. And so what we're doing right now is going out to each of the jurisdictions as well as the county and asking if folks are good with this, if there are suggestions or changes you'd like to have the board consider. And then after going through that process, we come back in February to the Slow Cog board and present an updated ordinance and an expenditure plan. And I believe both of those, actually the expenditure plan is in your packages tonight. And then after that, if they choose to move forward, then they would be asking each of the member agencies to actually take a vote, which we're not doing tonight, but you'd come back and say, okay, we're for this or we're not for this in toto, which would be the ordinance and oversight, all the other things that are built into it. If those all go as planned, then somewhere around April, we would come back to the Slow Cog board and they would request that the County Board of Supervisors place this measure on the November ballot. If they choose to do that, then the November ballot rolls out. We are all in the business of education. We can tell people what's in the measure, what it will mean, but we are not in advocating one way or the other. We're just saying this is what it is or this is what is not in there. If it goes forward to that, then in November 3rd, the voters of the county will have an opportunity to weigh in on that. It would require a 2/3 vote in order for it to pass. If it does pass, then funds would start to be collected in 2027 as of April 1st, and the measure would last for 30 years. At any time during that process, if the county or anybody wanted to make a change to that, they'd have to go back out to the voters. But we have built into the measure a 10-year outreach that every 10 years we'd come back and say, hey, are we missing something? And people are laughing, but they're actually testing flying cars at my airport. So who knows, you might want to say, we want to include flying cars as something you can spend money on, a port, whatever that might be, but it's in order to adjust to make sure that the measure is still meeting the needs of the county and your local residents. And then furthermore, as we go through this process, we're actually making sure that, you know, the measure is, again, completely transparent, everybody can see where the money went, and they can see on an annual basis what it meant for them in their communities. And I think with that, yes, I'm available to answer any questions you might have about the contents of the measure, the expectations for what the cities will be doing, or what the next steps will be.
Thank you. Council, questions of SLOCOG? Chris Bouch.
So, thank you. Really fast. The 40% regional corridor funds, those are subject to review.
Yes.
The 55% local road repairs, are those subject to SLOCOG's review?
No. So your percentage, and I think I mentioned, was about $5 million a year. So that is completely up to the city council to spend as you see fit. With the input of the public, there is a provision in the measure that says you have to have public outreach, you have to let people know what you're doing, and provided that it fits within any of the listed uses, which are quite broad. Again, you can do local street and road maintenance, you can do bike, ped, safe routes to schools, wayfinding, anything that relates to transportation. Now, if you wanted to, perhaps you have a project that you want to work on with, hypothetically, Atascadero for a regional something, you could do that as well. You have complete control over those funds, provided, again, they're used for transportation.
Can they be banked year to year? I mean,
Yes.
And accrue those funds for a
Yes.
large project?
When you have a large project on the regional side, there is a provision in there that, you know, you have to use certain fund. If you're going with a regional project, you have to use those funds in a certain timeline. So if you've applied for funds and said, we're going to use that for, I'm going to use 46101, let's say it's an environmental review, you'd have 5 to 7 years in order to complete that, right? No. But hypothetically, if you didn't need your money 1 year and Atascadero did, you can actually do interagency swaps through an MOU, correct?
Fred, question? For instance, this would be local funds only. And then there's the other 40% that is regional.
Correct.
Right? So we have, for instance, some projects we're interested in as a city, including the bridge over Highway 46 at Union Road, or under it, one or the other. That would be a connection to a state highway. So that would be a regional project, correct?
Yes,
Not
but if the
necessarily
city, if for whatever reason the city decided that it wanted to allocate some of its local funds to help bolster that, you could do that.
Okay, but we could also have SOCOG with their 40% portion of the county,
Yes,
and state handled most of it.
yes. But I want to be clear that project, because we worked on that as well, that's got a rather large price tag. So what you're probably looking at, again, is all the planning and other things that go up to getting it ready, and then SLOCOG together with all of the county and everybody else.
That's when we go for grants.
Yes,
When we
correct, yes.
magnify it.
Yep.
Right, thank you.
Pro Tem Gregory.
Yeah. Thank you for your presentation. So I have a question. On the 40%, how would you allocate the county money to the communities that you talked about doing, possibly?
Same way that we're doing it for the local, which will be by population. So the population in any one of those regions, and let me just back that up if I can so you can see what that looks like. Okay, so each one of those regions, it's not just the unincorporated area, it's including the cities, right? So for your area, which is North County, it would include the city of Paso Robles, the city of Atascadero, as well as all of the communities that are in the unincorporated areas, which in this case was San Miguel, Creston, Santa Margarita, Shandon, and Templeton.
Could you go to slide 11, please?
Bless you.
Okay, so I guess that's my specific question, and that's my recommendation to bring back, but, so there's 8.4 million to spread, or potentially spread those funds to the individual communities in the North County.
So what we're hearing, and again, that's what I'm asking for your input. what we've heard from the county is that the preference from the local communities like Shandon, okay, they would rather see that money allocated in the same way that the regional is to those communities by region, to make sure that each of these smaller subsets actually gets a share. And we're preparing language to that effect. We're just kind of waiting to hear what everybody else says back. But that's one of the things on the table. The other thing that I just wanted to point out, if, for example, if Oceano decided to incorporate as a city, then they would go right into that mix, and their percentages would be worked into the tables as well. And the percentage by population would be updated by census every 10 years, or in case of a newly incorporated city, it would be updated at that time.
So the 4.9 million would be the 40% of the money to be shared with the North County cities, correct?
Well, so that 4.9 million, that's for the regional projects, right? So that's already set aside. So that would be, for example, to Councilmember Strong's point, that could be for the 46 bridge or 46-101, right? The 8.4 million in unincorporated, that right now is one pot of local roads that would be controlled by the county. But what we're hearing from the county, from the community advisory commissions and others out there, they'd like to see that perhaps also divided by region.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilwoman Beal.
Great presentation, thank you. I appreciate how a few things have shifted in this iteration, the fact that there are different buckets of money, that it seems like kind of the equity issue's been addressed. Also, cities have some agency to work within their own planning and priorities that they've developed, so I think that's great. I want to go back to kind of the leveraging and matching piece. So can we go back to those slides?
Yeah. I'm going to take you back to where the, what others have done.
Yeah. I mean, I think this deserves some time, right? There are projects that we probably are not even eligible for because we don't have enough matching to be competitive.
You're absolutely right. So in the state of California, under SB 1, which was adjusted in 2016, there are several $100 million every year that are only allocated to self-help counties. There are 25 self-help counties right now representing about 88% of the population of California. You're not eligible for those funds. And what you'll see, not only from state funds, and this applies to Safe Routes to Schools, there's all of them, as well as some of the federal. And we have had questions about that. I mean, regardless of where you are in the administration, federal funds for highways have existed for decades and will continue. So the anticipation is that they will continue to be a source of revenue for agencies like SLOCOG that can leverage these funds. And what we can see, this is just over the last 10 years, your neighbors have done a very good job of doing that. Stanislaus County took $120,000 and turned that into $140 million. And that's for the SR 132 project, which was now halfway complete. So yeah, without those matching funds, the odds of completing some of the marquee projects, including 46-101, also 101 South. I mean, many of you drive down there as well, and you know the thrill of hitting the 101 right at sunset when all the tourists are going, ah, and it's like a dead stop, right? There's a lot of improvements that can be made. 227, 41, 46. There are a multitude of things that could be helped by regional funds that we just can't address without an additional revenue stream.
Right, so it basically multiplies the dollars that it can actually be spent on different projects. It lets us invest both locally and on these kind of regional corridor projects. And I think it's important for people to understand the scale. Like when we're talking about some of these, you called them a marquee project, and correct me, but we're talking tens of millions of dollars. Hundreds of millions to be improving some of these intersections, some of these key kind of points, when quite honestly we hear about that all the time, and that would really improve the quality of life of our residents.
Well, and for perspective, the current regional transportation plan, when it projects out all the things that you and other agencies have put together, when you look at what the cost of that is to deliver on those projects, and we're just talking about the basics, right? There's a $2.3 billion shortfall in what we can do. A measure like this over a 30-year period potentially closes that gap. The other thing to keep in mind is that for local agencies, the cost of deferred maintenance, in other words, every time you're not repaving a street or not taking care of it, actually Annie was joking with me, because Annie Boskie's awesome, by the way. I use the analogy of dentistry. You know, if you go to the dentist all the time, no problem, you let stuff go, then it's a root canal. And roads are the same way. You can get away with regular maintenance at a relatively affordable cost, but if you let it go, it's just going to cost more. And the longer you wait, the more that cost goes up. And we are seeing that with reduced pavement condition index throughout the county. And while we have some of the newer develops here in Paso where, you know, people are playing in a mellow roost, that's great. But you know from driving these roads, there's some of our older areas, older communities that do not have that same situation, and therefore they have some real challenges. So these things all come together.
I think Mr. Hewitt had a couple words on kind of the scale of some of these projects, scope.
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember. So for instance, the overcrossing and the auxiliary bridge that we were looking at for Union Road or Airport Road, Union Road area at 46, you're looking in the neighborhood of $100 million plus for those two bridges. I think in your last budget cycle, we allocated about $3 million in local funds to try to push the state along to show that, hey, as a local agency, we're doing what we can with our limited resources to try to compete for grants. Unfortunately, for this last round, through a grant program that we were eligible for, it was very oversubscribed and we weren't successful. Typically, we're seeing those funds, you know, better or worse, going to population centers. So you see the LAs and the Bay Areas and the urban areas, you know, getting the lion's share of those funds. So that's the scale of some of the projects we're looking at, and you know, and then in terms of the local dollars, this council, I think, challenged staff over the last year or so to really look at how we do our local road repair program, and we found some ways we can accelerate the work and allocate some more dollars to those projects, and we're doing that currently. The question wasn't raised, but I'll add that, you know, if the $2.1 million was available from the local bucket, staff would likely come back to you and recommend that we simply accelerate our local road repair program. Certainly, if there was an opportunity to match funds or go after grants, we would do that, but those dollars could advance that 5-year plan and put more projects in the queue sooner, essentially.
I had a question. Hang on, Chris, let me go ahead. You know, I've always favored no due taxes and live within our means, essentially. You know, we're now at 8 3/4. But with this half cent that would be generated, that 35 million, the only advantage I really see truly is what Mr. Huat just mentioned, is that a lot of our sales tax is going outside our county, not coming back to Paso Robles or any of the other 7 cities in county here in San Luis. So what I'm wondering about is, you know, the 35 million is one thing, but the leveraging, and like we saw, for instance, in Santa Barbara County, 1.2 billion, how would that be allocated? What's the thought about, would it be the same generation of percentages here that you're talking about with the 35 million, or would it be on a project basis?
It's on a
shovel-ready
project and
kind of?
application basis. So I'll give you 2 examples. So let's say hypothetically that the city of Paso Robles wanted to put in a bike pedestrian something, right? You could apply for grants, use your local funds, and you could leverage that. So that's up to you. On the regional side, if you've already completed your environmental and you completed your planning and all those other pieces, you've got a cost, you can then take a percentage and then leverage those larger dollars for the actual build and construction for major infrastructure, like 10146 and the bridge flyover. What you do on the local basis is completely up to the city itself and your staff to look and see what grants might be available. When you look at grants in terms of local road maintenance, there are very few out there that address that. However, safe routes to schools, things that relate to Vision Zero or safety programs, the state and the feds, especially the state, have been awarding hundreds of thousands of dollars for that, and you can leverage that with your local funds.
I see, but that's kind of what I've seen in the past where, you know, when we get grants from the state, there's so many strings attached on how it can be used. I'm imagining that's how this extra money coming from a self-help capacity would still.
That's one of the reasons we changed the way that it's written. The original, the 2016 one, it was really a lot more stringent on what you can use your money for. And specifically here in Paso, we heard from folks that maybe they're not, I'm not saying that they were opposed to bike lanes or opposed to these other things. They're just saying we have other needs that we would like to address. And so now the flexibility allows you to determine how you would like to spend those funds. And then when you spend or when you're identifying those projects, then it's working with SLOCOG and with your staff to find out what grant programs are out there to help you fund what you want to do. And that's how you sort of match those things up. On the regional side, I would say SLOCOG staff would be also helping on that to identify those funding opportunities and talking with you guys both at the board level and others what's out there. The Sustainable Communities grants, the current safety grants, those are billions of dollars that are coming from the state of California that are continuing to go out. Burbank just got $500 million for its plan. Those are funds that are out there. So it's really aligning what you want as a city to what funding sources are out there and then making the highest and best use of the transportation funds. Also, just as a reminder, this is the one revenue stream that cannot be touched by Sacramento or the feds or anybody else. It can only be used for the specific purpose for which voters approve it, if they do, which is the transportation funds as specifically laid out in the expenditure plan. Not for new staff, not for any of those other things, but for the projects and programs.
And that's what makes it a specific tax. That's why
Right.
we have to do the 3/4 majority.
Correct. 2/3.
Councilman Belch.
So when we sat down with James a couple weeks ago, I really appreciate the 55% local, I appreciate the 40% regional, appreciate the 4% seniors. I really appreciate the 1% admin cap. Going back a couple of years, the last time SLOCOG took a bite at this sales tax, the local perception was that the county failed to provide monies for roads. They shifted the funding to the unhoused. Whether or not that's a valid observation or not, the point that I was trying to make with James is that the perception is that SLOCOG is a county organization. How would you change that perception today? And how would you answer critics that say the county has failed to provide for roads?
So it's really not unique to San Luis Obispo County or to SLOCOG. To be honest, if you ask the average person on the street, whatever their COG is, they have no idea.
Right.
They just don't. I mean, it's sort of like, but two things. One, SLOCOG is not the county, and that becomes education, which we'll be working on over the next 10 months. SLOCOG is you. It is all of the various agencies together. It's the sandbox by which local agencies play in to develop policies and programs that relate to transportation. As it pertains to the county, and we hear this all the time, more often from the counties, not just San Luis Obispo, from all over Madera, Stanislaus, Merced, I've worked on all of them. The challenge is that they have more road miles, and very oftentimes the priorities that people want in their neighborhood may not be the same priorities that the county staff puts together. And we, as SLOCOG, can't control any more than we control with you which roads you choose to pave or do first. But that's one of the reasons that in this particular measure, we've included provisions that say they have to go out to the community advisory councils. They have to show how they're going to spend their money before they spend it. So at least there's a public process. And for you, And it's in the same thing for you guys. Again, most people, when they look at the annual budgets for the county or for the city, you know that you're getting, well, staff knows you're getting all these funds from different places.
Right.
The public does not. That just, for them, it just kind of, their eyes roll over, right? So it's required to call out whatever this measure is, A, B, C, D, Q, whatever, that this is how we're going to spend our money this year. And that's one of the reasons that we sort of upped the transparency, the oversight, all those things in this particular measure in the expenditure plan, so people could see that there was really a concerted effort to make that happen. And again, not suggesting that anyone was doing anything untoward or bad, but just to make sure that with these funds, there'd be no question about how they were spent or the process by which an agency decided to spend them.
And I think that's really important as you go through your marketing over the next 10 months, that is a bright light you shine on the difference between the county and what slow cog is, however you do that. And just go back, because I was remiss, I forgot to mention Ann when she came up to give the presentation. She was a big part of that, so
Yep.
I apologize.
That's awesome. And also just a word of caution, and your attorney will probably tell you this as well. We are not ever going to do a marketing program on this. Education, it's all about education. And the words matter because we cannot use public funds in any way, shape, or form to advocate one way or the other for any of these things. All we can do is educate the public about what's in this measure, what it potentially can do for those communities, and answer those questions. So you as an individual and as elected, we hope you do, go. But we can't.
As a veteran of bond measures, I know better, so I stand corrected.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions then of council? Let's go ahead and open it up then to the public. Anybody wishing to address this item, come forward, please. Okay, do we have anybody online?
Yes, sir. We have Linda George.
Okay, copy. Linda, do you hear us? Go ahead.
Yes, Linda George, 3126 Spring Street. I think somebody missed the real big elephant in the room. A tax that is going to be 30 years with no sunset clause. Okay, I'm always afraid when a non-government entity handles a big pot of money for multiple different agencies. You may say that the expenditure plan is in place, and it can only go to this particular plan. Okay, so my question is, why would we do business with you if we can do it ourselves? I mean, I have not seen the staff fail in the money that they've handled so far. So, you know, I was cruising along listening tonight. I forgot I had to go out of town tomorrow. And this 30 years with no sunset clause, I'm gobsmacked. How could you ask me, that's my scale, for $2.31 a week for the next 30 years, and say, hey, well, you know, if you don't use your money this year, we'll give it to a Royal Grande. Well, I personally don't want to pay a tax for a Royal Grande to have money. So I've been remiss. I have never listened intently to a slow cog presentation, but you're talking about a new tax, 30 years, no sunset clause, and it may or may not benefit us. It almost seems like what I like to call a Gavin Newsom scam. My dream job, everybody needs to understand, my dream job was to be a fraud investigator for Social Security. And I just said to somebody, my fraudar is going off. It's a 5-alarm fire. Why would we trust a non-government independent agency with probably self-appointed? It sounds like the JPA. I don't want my money to go to you. But please explain this 30 years, no sunset, and we can add things and bells and whistles to it when the 10-year review period comes up. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else online?
No, sir.
Okay. We might want to bring up, let's talk about that for a second too. That was something that we should address. Again, this is, not for our council to decide, but this is going to be a voter approved type of situation for the whole county. So What did SLOCOG, and why did they figure a 30-year term?
Okay, so Fred, I just want to be clear. It has a sunset clause. It is sunsetting at 30 years. If the public wanted to sunset it sooner than that, they could always take out another measure to take it out to the voters, and it could be closed earlier, but it is a set time of 30 years. The other thing I want to point out is that the way we're looking at the slide right now, that when the funds come in, they are allocated by the state of California based on the percentages that I've just gone over to each of the agencies. So the Paso Robles money cannot go to Arroyo Grande or to anybody else. It has to just go to Paso Robles exactly the way that it's laid out. So there is no change on that. And SLOCOG actually is functionally sort of like a joint powers authority. And the reason for that is because the federal government in the 70s actually decided that any place that had population over, I think it was 50,000, had to form a group of agencies in order to be able to acquire federal dollars. And the reason for that is the federal government didn't want to deal with each of the cities. They wanted to deal with one agency. So metropolitan planning organizations or regional transportation organizations exist all over the country. They're not unique to California. They're everywhere. And in this particular case, I would also say that if you want information about how these have worked in California, Self-Help Counties, selfhelpcounties.org, lists all of the agencies over the last 25 years that have formed self-help counties, shows the amount of money that they've brought in, the projects they've delivered, and of those, not one of them has fallen off in terms of misappropriation of funds or any weirdness like that. So the reason that SLOCOG is doing it is really on behalf of all of the cities and the county of which its board are the members. And staff basically just serves at the pleasure of that board in the same way that your staff serves at the pleasure of council. So it's not an extra layer of government. It's basically a requirement of government in order to access both state and federal funds for transportation.
Okay, understood. Okay. Chris, we'll close public comment, but if you got one real quick question, go ahead. Go ahead, Chris. Yeah, come on.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure being at the meeting tonight. And
like old times, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
And I think of Norma. Geez, 30-some years ago, I don't know how it happened, but and I don't know what role we played, but she became the Main Street manager. And
Norma, all right.
we sort of felt responsible for that, so we all miss her. But at any rate, I'm your CTAC representative to the COG, and it's been that way for about 20 years, I think. And it just, it's what really strikes me is how the other counties have been able, all the counties surrounding us, except for San Luis Obispo County, have been able to take advantage of this self-help business, and they've raised millions of dollars. And these major projects, the Union Road overpass or underpass, or the intersections at 46 East or West, there's going to have to be something will happen at Golden Hill and 46. There are just a number of these different things, and the only way to pay for it that I can see is by getting the grants. I mean, that's what you have to do.
Right.
And this self-help is, I think, the only way to do it. It's it's any kind of a tax is hard, but I mean, we're just missing out if we don't take advantage of it. Thank you very much.
You bet. Thank you, Chris. Yeah, I agree. I totally agree. Again, we live in California, and that's the structure of the way money is appropriated to do big projects, unfortunately, here. So it's going to be up to the voters. This is not a council decision. All we're doing is receiving a file tonight, and it's going to be something that SLOCOG's going to put on the ballot for all the people to vote up or down. So I think we're good unless we have other questions for the representative, but if nothing else, we'll go ahead and receive and file.
No, that's fine. I want to receive and file. I was going to comment on the money going in, and that is, it's a half cent, I guess, or approximately, isn't it? Half cent. But who's paying for it? Actually, our citizens in Paso Robles are paying for a very small percentage of that, because it's on the type of things that tourists buy, number one. We know that 40% of that is that from our own experience. But of the other 60%, that is calculated on the basis of not including any of the zip codes in our own county. So if you exclude all those zip codes, then that's the 60%. But if you exclude those zip codes, then you're also not figuring in as tourist money or as outside our city money, all the people who in the county that don't live in the city who still come here to buy. Come here to eat in our restaurants, come here to go to our stores that sell things that are taxed, go in here to buy a car, et cetera, things like that.
Yeah.
And I know this happens because even when I have purchased something outside of the city, on my bill I got a bill just this week from a store that I did business with down in Laguna Hills. In my bill was Paso Robles city tax. And I paid that, but I paid it even though I went all the way down there. So that money still came to us too. So it's amazing how little we have to pay into this in order to get the benefit.
Yeah.
Our citizens, that is.
No, I think our residents definitely figured it out because we had our J20 money and, our tax overrides that we did float in our city, and the Roblins approved it. Although, again, it was a 50% plus one. This is a 2/3 vote, which is going to be a little higher to achieve. So we'll see what the county and all the other cities are going to do with it. So thank you for being here tonight. All right, moving on. Then we have the annual comprehensive financial report, fiscal year 24-25. Ryan Cornell.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. Ryan Cornell, Administrative Services Director. Tonight, to present to you our annual comprehensive financial report, commonly referred to as ACFR. We like our acronyms. Okay, so state law requires every general purpose government, local agency to publish within 6 months of year end a complete set of audited financial statements. So this ACFR fulfills that state requirement. The ACFR is prepared in accordance with general accounting procedures as well as the Government Accounting Standards Board. It really is the best method of comparing apples to apples, financially speaking, with other agencies. This year, the financial statements were audited by Moss Levy and Hartzheim. They are a CPA firm out of Santa Maria. They specialize in auditing local school districts, municipalities, nonprofits, and the like. Management is actually responsible for all the numbers and all the reports in the financial report. The auditors are verifying that the numbers are reasonably accurate, not absolutely accurate. Obviously, we cannot look at every single transaction that occurs at the city, so we have internal control mechanisms so that we know, generally speaking, that the revenues are being recorded properly and expenses are being recorded as well. This year, as similar to prior years, there were no specific audit findings or recommendations that was presented. The ACFR is broken down into three kind of major sections. They are the introductory section, the financial section, and the statistical section. Pages 1 through 13 is the introductory section. It just kind of provides that very high-level overview of city activities, information that we kind of see moving forward, as well as kind of the economic indicators. But the bulk of the report, and I'll kind of go over it in a few more slides, is that financial section. It's pages 15 through 175. And that really includes every single financial report or statement that the city produces. It reports on every single fund. it combines information and rolls up different components. And then lastly is the statistical section, and that provides more of a historical aspect. It shows like 10-year historical trends, some city demographics and the like. So some components you'll see in the audit are these different changes in position when we look from one year to the next. I should take a step backwards and emphasize that this report is for financial transactions that happened on July 1st, 2024 and ended on June 30th, 2025. And so it is 6 months in the rears, and so we are looking at old data. So when I present budget information, we kind of estimate what it's going to be during these numbers. These numbers are finally finalized. But there isn't really much of a change by the time I do budget preparations and by the time we get here. But in this case, this is net positions. This is everything. This includes water, wastewater, all the utility funds. So this is things in totality. So unrestricted net position, which essentially is reserves, increase slightly from one year to the next. Restricted reserves, that means that it's money that we have held, but they're for a specific purpose, like development impact fees. We can only spend those on infrastructure expansion. There wasn't really much of a change from one year to the next. And then lastly, and by far the largest, it's not really a reserve, but it's more the position, is its investments in fixed assets. Those are the capital projects, the infrastructure, and the like. And so we continue to see investments made into those. And so the city's actually able to recognize those as assets and then depreciate it over the life of the piece of equipment or the asset infrastructure. Another one, and I'll actually explain this too, that one of the main differences with ACFRs and more having to do with Government Accounting Standards Board is that we report expenditures and revenues based on functions, not necessarily based on department. And so the main 4 functions that the city has: general government, public safety, highways and streets, culture and recreation, and I think we have like 3 or 4 other little ones. But the blue line on this graph, it shows the actual expenditures incurred for the year, and the green shows the actual direct program revenues those functions provided. So for example, public safety, we do get some grants, we do charge for certain services from them, but the vast majority of the expenses are covered with taxes. And so that's what this graph shows, is that if it wasn't for taxes, we wouldn't be able to fund city programs. And really, this is kind of the level that taxes subsidize each one of these functions. One other item I want to kind of point out to, and kind of unique to Warren's Department in Community Development, because there's 3 major functions there. It's planning, engineering, and building. Interestingly enough, when it comes to functions, planning is a general government function, engineering is a streets and roads function, and building is a public safety function. And so even though it's centralized on our side and budget purposes under one department, it is broken out separately for ACFR purposes. Specifically on the general fund, similar to net position, we look at things specifically at the general fund. The general fund had to actually decrease in unassigned fund balance. That is the intentional withdrawal of reserves to fund certain capital projects. And so that is indicative there. Just under 18 million last year, down to 16 million this year. Side note, when he looks at the percent of revenues, it's right around 34% is that $16 million figure. Assigned fund balance, that just means it's money that we've already budgeted or appropriated, just hasn't been spent yet. And so we got after some of those carryover projects. And then non-spendable, that tends to be your prepaid expenses or some of your loan receivables that you can't really spend, but it's still considered an asset. Those really don't move from one year to the next. We do report supplemental sales tax, so that is our measure J20 and I-24 now. So this is what actual expenditures were incurred from 24 to 25. So for police services, an additional 4.5 million in 24 and 3.5 this year. For fire and emergency services, because we finished the fire station 3, it increased from one year to the next. This year was just under 4.5 million. And then you can see on the very last set of columns, road maintenance had a significant increase in funding this last year as well. Similar to general fund, similar to the overall, we look at each of the enterprise funds. We have about 5 or 6 enterprise funds. Water, wastewater, and airport are the 3 major ones. We also have a transit fund. The parking fund is still lingering around in this particular report, but we'll kind of see that drop off in the next couple of years. But you can see from this graph, both wastewater and water funds had significant net position growth. That's indicative of the rate increases that we approved about 5 years ago. So we're seeing revenue still increasing and expenditures kind of leveling off. And then in the airport fund, you'll see a drawdown in net position. That's because we are expanding services there. We have had the most FTE counts in the airport since its history. And so we're a little bit ahead, but I'm seeing that the expenditures are starting to flatten out now that we're done expanding and the revenues are starting to catch up to it. So as I mentioned, the ACFR is a pretty in-depth document. So it includes all of these different things. So even in more depth, if anybody in the public is interested in what the city's significant accounting policies are, they could go to this document and find out. They could find out detailed information about our cash and investments. It's at June 30th, it's a snapshot in time, but it will list all of our U.S. treasuries, what our bonds are, and everything in detail. It goes into details of what capital leases we have, what notes receivable we have, and then what we anticipate receiving in the future years. It talks all about all of our long-term debt obligations, including PERS and the unfunded liability there. It includes the unfunded liabilities of the OPEB, the other post-employment benefits that we provide, as well as some activities of the successor agency to the redevelopment agency. Now we're at a point where we're just paying debt services, but those transactions are part of the ACFR as well. Councilmember Beal, we had talked a couple of weeks ago, or about a month ago, about if we ever see budgets to actuals. We do, and there's supplementary information sections in here. This is specifically on the general fund on page 113. Again, they're not as in-depth as my budget presentations. We have to follow GASB and GAAP requirements. So you see at the very top line there, it's just taxes. Well, that's all taxes. It's sales tax, property tax, TOT. So even though it's only one line in there, that's how the financial reporting works. But when I do the budget presentations, we break it down into those individual details. So just very high level total revenues. We had budgeted $56.2 million. Actuals came in at $56 million, so it was actually under by about $200,000 there. But on the flip side, if you look down on expenditures, we had budgeted appropriations of $54.9 million. I'm just getting kind of far on those numbers. And then actual expenditures of $50.5. So we actually had a budget variance of about $4.4 million. So overall, at the end of the day, there was about a 6.5 net positive to the fund than we anticipated during budget time. We have these budget schedules for, again, the general fund, for the supplemental sales tax fund, the capital projects funds, all the funds. And then lastly, this is just a snippet out of the statistical section. This is full-time equivalents by department, and it's the history, so from 2017 to now. These are actual productive hours worked, so it includes overtime. If there was an FTE that was not filled for a position, it actually lowered that. So as you can see, over the last 3 years since 2023, really since we've passed Measure J20, we've been able to grow our full-time equivalency, mainly in the police and fire, in the police and fire ranks, and that's why we see kind of a significant increase. But pretty impressive to see that back in 2017, we were right around 200 full-time equivalents, and now we're a little over 300. One more slide, and I'm going to turn it over to our auditor. So over the last 7 years, we have been submitting our ACFR to the Government Finance Officers Association, GFOA, for reporting of Certificate of Achievement for Excellence Reporting. Those certificates are usually good for only 1 year, so we did receive it last year for June 30th, 2024. We do anticipate, or we are going to submit it again for this fiscal year, so we do anticipate receiving that award again. And then just an additional emphasis, our budget document also received GFOA's financial award for financial presentation. So with that said, my presentation's done. We do have the auditor here from Moss, Lee, and Hartzheim, Adam Geis. It's been a couple years since they've gotten in front of City Council. I thought it was a good opportunity to say a couple words.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Hi, as introduced, my name is Adam Geis. I was the partner in charge of the fiscal audit for this last year. Ryan already went over kind of the highlights of the numbers and stuff. There's a ton of detail in there. If you do want to read just a smaller section of it to try and get a good overview, I would highly recommend reading the management's discussion and analysis section, which is towards the front of the report. That the whole purpose of that is to summarize the financial information as well as to provide some analysis for a change from year to year and why some numbers did change. From the audit perspective, the most important thing in here is page 15 through 17, which is the audit opinion on the ACFR. And I wanted to point out that this is an unmodified audit opinion, which is the best kind of audit opinion. Basically, it means that we were able to come out here, do all of our work, test all of the numbers, and that we agree that all the numbers in here are materially supported and accurate. In order to do that, we did make 2 visits out to the city, 2 different weeks during the year. The first visit, we obtain an understanding of all of the internal controls, and then we do tests of samples of disbursements, credit card usage, payroll, receipts coming in from various departments, including utilities. And through all of that testing of controls, I'm happy to report that there are no findings, as Ryan briefly mentioned earlier. So, all the controls that we tested, it looked like they were being implemented properly by the city, and that the city has a strong internal controls. When we come out to the city the second time, this is what you think of more traditional audit work, where we get all of the final numbers for the fiscal year. We get a lot of backup from them. We test those numbers to make sure that they're supported, test cutoffs of revenues and expenditures to make sure that they're reported in the proper year. And then the numbers that are reported here are the result of all of that work. There is one small piece still remaining of the audit for this year, and that is there's a single audit over the federal spending. The OMB was significantly delayed in putting out their final guidance. It actually just came out like 2 weeks ago for doing the federal testing. So that single audit piece is still left to be done, and that will be done at least by when it's required at the end of March. And when we come out here, we do look at a ton of paperwork, both physical paperwork and stuff scanned into their computer systems. And I just wanted to say that I appreciate all the work from Ryan and Catherine and city staff in order to get us everything that we require to look through the numbers and help them put together this report and the assurance. I wanted to bounce it out back to you guys to see if you guys have any questions.
Adam, I did have a question. Did you see in your audit any flags or things that you might suggest, best practices that change over time that you might have suggested to our financial staff to look at or change or consider?
As we go through and test the numbers, as I said, there was no findings or anything that we needed to report here. As we go through some of the processes and working through things, we do have small recommendations here and there. I don't have any of that information off the top of my head. In addition to assisting the city with implementing new guidelines that come along pretty much on an annual basis, mostly with the government auditing or accounting standards boards wanting to add more pages to this already 200-plus page document. But,
Okay.
yeah.
Good. Questions of Adam, the auditor? Councilman Bausch?
Thank you. So I just looked at a couple of pages on this, 113 that Ryan pointed out earlier. I was happy with that. Compared to other cities that you audit, any trends that you're noticing, either with reserves or spending, that I'm pretty comfortable with what I've seen and I'm comparing that to school districts, so I'm really easily pleased compared to that. But anything that you might notice that we as a council might want to keep an eye on for the future?
Not really. Compared to school districts, the city does take in a lot more in terms of service fees.
Sure.
Where school districts are almost entirely supported by governmental funding and taxes. So as long as you keep the fees at levels that you need to in order to support those activities and support whatever level of subsidy that the city requires.
Compared to other cities, our reserves seem to be above average.
They seem to be at a good level. You guys do have the supplemental sales tax, which assists a lot in staffing and getting some of those road projects done. So it's nice that you have that to leverage.
And staffing levels don't seem high or out of the ordinary?
They do not. We don't really get too much into the detail on that, but no.
Good. Thank you.
Okay. Any other? Or of Ryan? Okay. Thank you. We'll open up the public. Anybody wishing to address this item, please come forward. Okay, seeing none, we'll come back. And is there anyone online?
No, sir.
Okay, so this is a receive and file for the annual comprehensive financial report, which includes the independent auditor's report on the city's financial statements for fiscal year ending in June 30th, 2025. So moved.
I didn't have a question, but I had a general comment.
Sure, go
That's
ahead.
okay. I thought this was the order. For an organization of this size, I just really want to commend the staff for having the systems and the controls in place, to have, when everything's tested, to have everything work out. This is a big organization. There is a lot going on. And just in my short time here and having to submit a credit card receipt, there are definitely controls. But the fact that there are no findings, I would think is fairly unusual. Usually in an audit, there's something. So congratulations to everyone. I do have a question on the, I'm sorry, I won't ask the question. I'll talk to you later.
Oh,
Next.
okay. All right, so this is just a receive and file, Fred. I don't think we need a motion, but thank you, Ryan, for your report. A lot of hard work. Appreciate that. Thank you. Moving on, item 4, we have receipt of the Police and Fire Emergency Service Community Risk Assessment and Standards of Cover Report. Fire Chief Jonathan Stornetta, you have that item? And actually, Damien, I think, are you going to have part of that? It's just, yeah, come on up, David.
Hurry it up. We're going to start timing you.
Good evening, Mayor Hammond, members of the council, Jonathan Stornetta, Fire Chief. We conducted a community risk assessment, standards of cover recently, and we conduct it about every 5 years, as well as we create a new strategic plan to go along with it. And this year, for the first time in police department's history, they actually conducted the same assessment with us. And really, it measures not only the hazards in the community, but the risk, and also do we have the proper amount of resources to mitigate those risks and hazards. But we consulted with AP Triton, and I'd like to call up the AP Triton team right now, and they're going to go through the community risk assessment and provide you an overview, and then we'll be happy to answer any questions afterwards. So up first is Kurt Latipow. He's representing the fire department, and he's a former fire chief here locally and throughout the state.
Welcome.
I'm going to tag team this. So
Okay.
I've got my partner in crime, Mark Cutzer, with me. Partner in crime, get it? Law? Never mind. So thank you very much for this opportunity to present hopefully a quick overview. It's late in the evening. You guys have had a big agenda of these two very, very important reports. It was one project broken down into two reports. And I can't see. The team, we are 2 of 8. We had 8 subject matter experts on this project, all working in collaboration with each other as well as with the police and fire teams. There was a common theme running through the work that we did over the last several months from our team, and that is the impression and the positive impression that our team members had as to the commitment to public safety of your police, fire, and the council and the community. Okay. So real quickly, purpose and overview. This is purpose and overview of a lot of our public safety plans and our studies. We evaluate the risk, and it's interesting as we look at risk across the board. Some folks believe that when we look at the community risk assessment, it only pertains to the fire department. But in actuality, as we did these together and the team members compared notes on risk, we were able to identify risk overall throughout the community that impacted both police and fire. From my experience, this supports long-range planning, fiscal responsibility, and it identifies current performance and future needs, which you'll see here in a minute. So why now? We're preparing for the future, we're preparing for today and into the future. Very aggressive growth, a lot of great things going on in the city, so much so that as we were finishing up this project, I actually moved into the city, and I'm now a property owner.
Oh, great.
So I'm very impressed with my council. So population growth, new housing, community developments, the expansion of tourism, which is very obvious throughout the community, capital improvement planning, workload capacity. And all this, as you move over to the right side, all this will impact your service demand increases. Primary, as you have the opportunity to read through roughly 500 pages of study, if you can't get to sleep tonight, but lack of primary care services is identified within this report. We live it, we know it. Our closest hospital is in Templeton. We do have some urgent care centers, but really from a primary care perspective, we're a little shy. You have a homeless strategic plan that is being implemented. However, it is still impacting services throughout the community. Behavioral health is becoming more of a challenge, and a lot of times homelessness, unhoused, goes hand in hand with the behavioral health challenges. Traffic demand, traffic fire flows, to realize what's going on, you just need to drive through our community. And then the care facilities, the skilled nursing facilities, the daycares. I had an opportunity to visit the senior daycare with my therapy dog the other day and was very impressed with the service being provided there. So why now? It's interesting as we look at this chart. This is what's in the pipeline. That's what's known in the pipeline. Pipeline's growing. Pipeline is still having inputs. What's not in here yet is the results of the state statutes that mandate the consideration for ADUs and junior ADUs, which from our perspective in the public safety arena and all city services will have an impact on risk and will have an impact on demand. So from the pipeline perspective, this is what's happening I'll talk about the fire department first. So as we look at the pipeline and as we try to calculate the impact of what's in the pipeline today, on the fire side, you'll see from lodging, you'll see from dwellings, your population increase, and as you total up the annual calls from all these at all three fire stations, it totals 4,372 calls on an already busy system. This system has increased roughly 25% since 2019 on the fire side. Mark?
Yes, and echoing that on the law enforcement side, I mean, with a projected increase of population of 42%, calls for service, obviously within law enforcement services are going to go up, both community-generated law enforcement or calls for service as well as police-initiated calls for service. And so to maintain, based on the demand that we've seen and the current workload we've seen, to maintain services that you've become accustomed to from law enforcement, that the citizens, from everything we can tell, are very happy with, you're looking at an increase of officers of up to nearly 100 officers to handle a workload of of 30,000 calls for service per year, just community-generated calls for service. That's not including police-initiated. Now, keep in mind that is projected out to 2045, and that would change in between. You know, obviously there'd be some adjustments in between, but that's the projection looking at and the development impacts on law enforcement.
So what are we measuring? What is the standard of cover measuring? It's all up there, community risk, hazard analysis, and as you thumb through the standard of cover, it's extremely depth. It takes a look at population. We do a lot of analysis comparing what's going on in the city with some state trending. You'll see a little bit of that in a few minutes. The deployment and response capability, stations, resources, not just on the fire side, but law as well. Response performance, how does it compare? How does it benchmark? Workload and reliability and the impact of your concurrent calls, we'll talk about those in just a minute. And at the end of the day, if you will, or to sum this up, the intent is to align risk and projected demand with your available resources. So key findings on the fire study, you'll find the detailed key findings on page 201, and on the police study, you'll find it on 217. They're all up there for you. I'm not going to read them, but the importance of findings in these types of studies is the findings are data-driven. We utilize state, local, such as Paso Robles standards, as well as nationally recognized standards to develop the findings. The findings in this particular case, all the findings you see up here, and there's more in the study, drive recommendations. We do not make recommendations off the seat of our pants. We pride ourselves on doing deep dives into the analytics. So this is just some example of some of the key findings. You'll see we have projected the population trends up there. Does this point? Jonathan, no. Does it point? All right. Oh. That's pretty high tech.
That's a pretty good pointer.
Trying not to mess it up. Okay, that is not working. There. Okay, never mind. Up in the upper left, you'll see the projected increase in population and as it compares to calls. And again, this is on the known. Remember, we're looking at a snapshot in time. However, if you look at that particular slide, and it's a little small, I agree, it does project out a little ways. So then we move over to the percentage of the vulnerable population by age. And this is rather interesting as you read through the study and take a look at the vulnerabilities. Obviously, I was a little surprised because I'm in that middle group there. But we're very used to seeing our younger adults and our seniors as being vulnerable. But what's interesting is as you take a look at these is comparing the Paso Robles vulnerabilities to the state average. And here in Paso, we're a little higher. And then when you drop down to the population without health insurance, where, again, Paso Robles is a little higher than the state average. Now, there's all kinds of discussion we can have on what's driving that or what may drive that in the future, which is very concerning as we lose some subsidies. However, some of this may be, in fact, driven by some of the workforce that we have in Paso Robles who does not have access to health insurance. Why is it important? Why is it important to track that particular trend? Because when somebody, it's proven, if somebody doesn't have health insurance and can't afford to go to the ER, they're going to call 911. 911 is the last resort for a lot of people for care. And then as you look at that figure down in the left corner, those are the current ratings for your insurance services office, which actually helps drive some of your insurance policy costs, particularly for single-family residences and your small and medium-sized businesses. The large businesses are self-insured. However, the findings that drive the recommendations, as we look at some of the recommendations, when implemented, some of those recommendations actually have the potential to have a positive impact on the scoring, and possibly you'll see some results the next time ISO comes in to rate you. Key findings for fire again. Response workload history, I already mentioned it's gone up 25% since 2019, and you see that charted over there. You'll also see a travel time chart here up in the upper right. The preferred travel time is adopted as 4 minutes. However, when we look at station locations, when we look at resources, when we look at traffic, it becomes harder and harder to make those goals. The reality is station locations, resources, and staffing have a direct impact, and the ability for the crews to get out on the road and the condition of the roads have a direct impact on their ability to travel to the incident in a quick manner. And then those two examples there on the bottom, those give you an example of what we call the effective response force. The effective response force numbers are dictated by the department, and these are the number of people, the number of apparatus it takes to respond to, in this particular case, and there are several in the study, in this particular case, to a moderate wildland risk, and you'll see there's a deficit. And then when you move over to the alarm assignments for a high fire risk incident, such as a multi-story, multi-family, or hotel, there's a deficit there. Some of the recommendations in the plan, in the study, will actually enhance, in a positive way, these results. Simultaneous calls. When you first look at this chart, some people go to, well, simultaneous calls, it's just 2 at the same time. In reality, what we have seen in our study in Paso Robles, it's not just 2 at the same time. Many times it's 3 at the same time, sometimes 4 at the same time, and occasionally 5 at the same time. Now, you don't have to be a mathematician to figure out you have 3 stations, 3 fire engines, 1 truck, 1 squad. You can only handle so many calls at once. So I mentioned the findings drive recommendations. The detail on the recommendations are on page 204 of the fire study, and we'll talk about law in just a minute. I do want to point out that some of these recommendations can tag team with our police department recommendations, so that you can get an economy of scale, such as construction or renovation of fire stations. There's a very positive trend, including here, moving towards co-location of resources. So it's an economy of scale. So when you design a new station or remodel a new station, giving consideration to the needs in that particular area, which Mark will talk about in a minute, for additional locations for substations, et cetera. And in particular, as you look at renovating or replacing Station 2 being the oldest station in the community, and definitely the demand has exceeded the capability of that particular station. And then as you look at some of the maps and some of the call concentrations in the study, you'll obviously see why we're recommending station number 4. That particular area of the community is extremely busy. And then, I'm not going to go through all of them, but I do want to comment on the last box there, Measure J20. It was mentioned earlier in a couple of other presentations. During our analysis, and there's a really strong finance section that actually I know for sure that our finance SME worked very closely with your finance department. I believe that section is very complimentary. However, in looking at the finances, in interviewing the leadership, and recognizing the value of that particular measure, it's extremely important that you consider pursuing an early renewal of that so you can continue your positive trajectory. So all of our studies are very interesting. It's a snapshot in time when we start. Once the data is loaded, that snapshot closes and we start our analysis. And it is not unusual, and certainly not been unusual here, that as we move through the study and as we work hand in glove with the city's team, that they start to tick off some of the things that we're already starting to pick up, because we don't work in a vacuum. We're very open as we have these discussions throughout the study. So we did recommend from a risk perspective and for an enhancement of effective response force that the truck be fully staffed and moved to Station 1. When you look at our risk maps, it's very obvious why you'd want to move down to Station 1. It's the core. And when you move the truck to Station 1, it actually gives it a much better response footprint. The fire inspection program is already being aligned with the NFPA standards. Special event planning is being fine-tuned. Fire prevention training, we did make some recommendations for enhancements in fire prevention training. That's going on. The business community outreach from a community risk reduction perspective. Community risk reduction is everybody. It's not just the fire department, it's everybody in the community is ongoing. The curriculum's being implemented. The airport security plan is being complied with. And then the engagement in the community is being tracked. So these are all things that now have already started to move forward in a very positive way.
Right. No, working off that foundation that Kurt mentioned of all, obviously, the reasons of conducting this and looking at a snapshot of the law enforcement side of this. First, a study like this has to look far beyond just a simple number of officers. Too often we see if a municipality or jurisdiction is going to look at staffing numbers at all, they look at it, they try to slap a per capita formula on the number of officers needed, and that's really inaccurate a way to determine a number of officers needed for workload demand. And so the following slides are just a couple representations of the many areas we looked at in the staffing analysis of the police department. And really it's barely a representation of the 120 pages of the data analysis section in that report that you have. Oops, go back. So first we're looking here on the left, we see a spatial distribution of the calls for service. We're looking beyond just a simple calls for service number. We want to know where those calls for service are happening at. Of course, this it's not just about what numbers we have, it's about how we're deploying those numbers of officers, where we're deploying them. And so this is going to help us more for our later analysis. On the right here, and these two charts are not necessarily related. They're different parts in the analysis. But on the right, we see a breakdown of call priorities by beat. So the city's broken down into 4 quadrants. Within those quadrants are different sectors. But then for police, for law enforcement services, it's broken down into 2 beats, beat 1 and beat 2, on the west side of 101 and then on the east side of 101. And so we can look at those calls based on all the CAD data that we received. We look at the calls on priority 1, priority 2, priority 3. Of course, priority 1 being your more urgent calls, and priority 3 being the less urgent calls, and priority 2 in the middle there. And get a better understanding of what beats, what areas are generating what types of calls. And here we see really a relatively even distribution, which is important to know that the demand is pretty much even throughout the city of what we're seeing. Moving on in this, a couple more examples here. We have on the top left, community-generated calls for service by call group. So all of the 42,000 plus calls that were analyzed for the study, was about a 2-year period of CAD data we looked at. Were broken down into these call groups. Again, looking at them by district or by quadrant, your quadrant 1 through 4. And we get an understanding of what quadrants are creating what types of calls for service. Again, relatively evenly distributed. Quadrant 3, your northwest or northeast corner, a little less, but we anticipate obviously as that gets more and more developed, that's where more of your demand's going to come out of. Another area we look at in the bottom left is on some of the staffing requirements. It's beyond, our law enforcement services go beyond, just going how many calls for service and the time on those calls. There's a lot of ancillary time built into that. For instance, on there you see during this time frame there was 879 transports to the county jail. And behind that number, though, is a minimum of 2 hours for each of those transports from officers. So there's thousands of hours behind that simple number that we have to account for when we look at these analysis. And that goes beyond just the patrol requirements like you see there, whether that's transport to local holding or the county jail. It's also looking at sick leave usage or PTO, other administrative time, training, court, and such. And then lastly, another area that we look at is the response times. We look at call handling times and call response times. How quick are we getting to different areas of the city? How efficient is the PD to get there? And again, this is important to understand, and every jurisdiction we see is slightly different based on, geographics and how the city's laid out. Here you see a very defined line between the west side of 101 and the east side of 101, where response times greatly increase on the east side. And again, as Kurt mentioned before, this is the data that drives our recommendations, and we'll speak about that here in a moment. So these are just some of the different areas that the staffing analysis, like I said, is about 120 pages of that analysis for looking at call loads to make the recommendations and the findings that we had. Now, the recommendations on the law enforcement report start at page 222, if you want to take a look at that. And again, I'm not going to go through each and every one of these. They're in there in great detail, both the finding and the recommendation. But to talk just on a couple of them, developing the East Side facility and really conducting the facilities master plan, talking about them together. In our study, we've identified basically that the city or the PD's outgrown their facility. For the amount of officers they have, they've outgrown the facility. This also brings in the increase in property evidence storage. For instance, in one area, property evidence storage, they're 80% capacity of what they have available to them. And based on a net increase coming in each year of property items, that's going to put them full in 2 years or less than 2 years in property and evidence. So there's other areas, there's parking, as that increase in officers that we spoke about, as the population increases, calls for service, that demand increases, you're going to need more vehicles, parking becomes an issue, where officers are housed, where they're doing their work, supervisory, all the administrative duties that also come with that, they've essentially outgrown that. And so conducting that facilities master plan to identify that. Now, pairing that together, and as Kurt mentioned before, with the developing an East Side facility, just identifying those areas where those can be combined, and whether that's co-locating with the fire department at Fire Station 2, which is what's built into the recommendations that you read in the report, will also allow developing that East Side facility, or basically substation, will reduce that response time that you saw on the east side of the city. Having officers working out of the East Side facility, having an East Side facility can, again, alleviate room restrictions, space restrictions they're experiencing at the PD, and also allow officers to respond from the east side of the city. So 2 areas, again, where a lot of these are interconnected like that, as you saw, property and evidence, the East Side facility, and the facilities master plan. Also, as Kurt mentioned, these are a snapshot in time, and a lot of things that we have been working on and talking about have been started. And just to recognize the police department for this, one recommendation we had made was an armored vehicle purchase to not be reliant on county services, a much slower response. This is directly related to citizen safety. This is directly related to officer safety and things that you can't wait on. And I know that that is in the process, and the cities that's already being worked on, so that's great. The patrol supervisory burden reduction has also been initiated. One of our recommendations and findings was the amount of tasks, ancillary tasks on patrol sergeants. Patrol, this is not unique to Paso. We see this in many jurisdictions. Patrol supervisors tend to get a lot of workload placed on them. Unfortunately, and especially in today's situation of having very young officers, they need the mentorship. They need those sergeants out on the street with them as much as possible. It's directly related to risk. It's directly related to their growth and the level of service to the community. So I know they've already put a new sergeant position in place to handle many of those ancillary duties that patrol sergeants were handling, so patrol sergeants could be freed up for that. Deputy chief, hiring a deputy chief was also, that's already been taken care of, and also the mission and vision, while can seem very small, actually has great impact on having a unified goal for the organization when it comes to retention and such. So these are all great things that have been accomplished so far.
All right, we're going to wrap up. So what now? How do you eat the elephant, right? You eat the elephant one bite at a time. One bite at a time is typically done utilizing a strategic plan or a strategic approach. And the key points are up there, but strategic planning, from our perspective, at least the ones we've seen that are successful, should be done in an inclusive nature internally and externally. You see within our study the mention of a community survey that was done, which was very positive to your public safety services. Almost 500 responses throughout your community. Yeah, very, very, very positive. And actually more responses than I got when I did Santa Barbara City. But so it should be an internal and external process. It should be structured. We formally recommend that there be an adoption to it. And why? Because it provides a foundation to prioritize the initiatives and budgets. A lot of times we would take an adopted strategic plan and transition that into a program-style budget. So that would be that's your what now. What did I do wrong, buddy? So in conclusion, and you've got the conclusion up there, however, I add a little bit to this. And that's addressing all of the areas that we've addressed proactively will, in our opinion, ensure that your police and fire department remain capable, resilient, and aligned with the needs of this growing community. So I want to thank the council for the opportunity to present this. I want to thank the chiefs and their staff for our team. This has been a great, great experience. And I already mentioned that I bought a house here, so you can take care of me later. And we'll attempt to answer any questions. As I said, it's an 8-person team. This was a very, very high flight.
Okay, thank you. We'll go ahead and open up the questions from the council. Anybody have anything right now at this first presentation? Okay, thank you. And then what will maybe do chiefs want to make a final comment on this before we deliberate, or give us a kind of an overview where we might be going with this?
So I'll speak in regards to the past practices when we've done this before. So at this point, it's a receive and file report. The police and fire department will both work on a strategic plan, and we'd expect that to come to you in the future for some funding, whether through J20 or through the budget process. And during that process, we actually put together an external stakeholder group and an internal stakeholder group, and we developed that with community input. And during our last strategic plan, we had 2 council members and then a number of members from the community on that external panel. And then when we brought it back to you last time, not only did you get the strategic plan, but we also provided you the 10-year staffing priorities as well as the plan to move forward. And actually, that's what's got us to this point. So that was developed in 2017 when I first came into this position. And City Council...
No.
And City Council, that's what's driven our progress in the budget since 2017. So that's what you can expect next.
Yeah, so it's good that we're getting onto it now to set it up for the next go-around.
Yes,
Clearly, it's important, safety is our #1 priority, and police and fire is where it's at. But laying out a roadmap and essentially funding and budgeting is going to be critical. And I'm assuming that that's what we're going to start hearing from staff again, is the next plan and how that might be implemented. So
yeah, and I'll just reemphasize what Mr. Latipile said, is that in order to us to move forward, the renewal of Measure J20 is essential. So not only moving forward, but if we were to lose Measure J20, you're going to lose 50% of your fire and police department as it sits today.
Yeah, let alone where we need to be. Yeah, I saw that critical. We've been talking about it already, about where we might want to start working on this. I think it's up in 2030.
I believe it sunsets in 2032.
32, right.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll open up to public real quick. Anybody in the audience want to address this item before we Receive and file? Anyone online?
No, sir.
Okay, so this was a receive and file, and basically the staff is looking for us to endorse the strategic staffing assessment and direct staff, to return with an implementation framework and prioritization plan, which is what Jonathan just said. So are we all good with making that happen, direction-wise? Okay, thank you. Okay, all right, 5-minute break?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, we'll take a recess, 5 minutes.
It's kind of.
Okay, we'll go ahead and resume our meeting. We're back together here. Next on the item is City Manager Report. Mr. Hua.
Yes, I'll be very brief. I just want to let the council know that later this week, or probably early next week, we'll be releasing our 2025 Business Climate Survey. You all will get a copy beforehand. This is what we're doing this every year to kind of gauge the climate of our local business community and see what we can learn and how the city potentially can be more proactive in responding to the economic development needs of our local business community. So that's exciting. That's part of our economic development strategic plan. Wanted to also let you know that the City Hall remodel project is going well. I've been told we're pretty much on track to get back in there in January, which is exciting. And then wanted to welcome David. This is his first official meeting, so he picked a good one, and he stayed till the end, so he gets.
Only one left.
Yeah, so it's been a good first couple weeks with David. He's getting on board and getting up to speed, and already been able to jump in and help me quite a bit. So I appreciate him being here, and look forward to the future of having the ACM position filled. And then just a quick announcement: I am planning to restart what was the Coffee with the City Manager, but it'll now be Coffee with the City, because I'm going to share the love, and we're going to restart that in January. So we're looking for some dates and getting the venue dialed in, but more to come on that. But I thought that was an important engagement tool that we used previously. So we'll bring that back. And then other than that, I'll just say wish everyone a Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and Happy New Year's to staff and the community, and looking forward to some great events coming up in the community. Thanks, Mayor.
Very good, Chris. Thank you. Council business and committee reports. Who would like to start?
Very quickly, Chief Davis and I made an appearance at the Chamber Board meeting, which was very productive. I want to thank the staff for walking across the street and joining me at the HBA Holiday Mixer. It's a little bittersweet, actually, today, but I attended the Planning Commission meeting, and they had actually agendized Norma's Alley to sort of give the commission an update on what has been done, what has been talked about being done. And it was very informative and very sweet, right? And actually, there's been a lot that's happened on Norma's Alley and a lot that hasn't happened in Norma's Alley. So they're going to be doing a little bit more with that. But obviously, I mean, what an impact. When I grew up here, there was not even a fancy restaurant on the square. And look at us now. So it's my 1-year anniversary. I'm very grateful. I was really touched by the people who have given their lives, essentially, to this city. And, we should all be so very thankful for the people that serve. And thank you for everyone's patience. And I'm wishing everyone a lovely Christmas, happy holiday, rest up, and thank you for letting me be of service.
Great. Thank you, Chris. Councilman Bausch?
I just kind of blow through this. On December 3rd, at the 221 with Slow Cog regarding tonight's education on potential sales tax increase. Met with Paso Youth Commission and Santa Sleigh. Thanks to all the city staff, police, and fire personnel who helped make this annual tradition another tremendous success. December 4th, attended the North County Association of Realtors officer installation. December 6th, the holiday parade, fantastic event. Kind of reminded me of Disneyland downtown. With just so many people walking around downtown. It was amazing. December 8th, 221 with Fire Chief Stornetta and Deputy Police Chief Davis and Chris Hewitt regarding tonight's standard of cover report. Senior Advisory Committee with Councilmember Gregory, Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee with Councilmember Beal, downtown Paso Robles Main Street with Councilmember Beal. December 11th, Library Board of Trustees with Councilmember Strong. They talked a lot about what they're going to do with the new bookmobile. Sounds very exciting. Lots of plans for that. Later that afternoon, met the new and current board of directors of the Paso Robles and Templeton Chamber of Commerce. Looking forward to a greater collaboration with the chamber. The Paso Robles Youth Sports Council meeting was postponed until January. I've got a couple ideas that I'd like to bring back on a future agenda item if I could. I brought this up, I thought, in the past, but maybe bring it back. Consider using the vacant land surrounding the Paso Robles Airport for new athletic fields. There seems to be a lot of vacant land out there that might lend itself for that. If we can bring that back, if that's possible. There seems to be safe buffer zones that could be used. We wouldn't have to buy anything. If not, there is a new vineyard for sale out there that we might want to direct staff to take a look at. It has a couple of very nice wells that would also be advantageous to look at, that could also be used for athletic fields. We're in desperate need of athletic fields. I don't know if we can afford it, but it would be nice to take a look at those.
Are you thinking specific property on the airport itself or around the airport?
The first one, yes, on the airport grounds itself, using those lands for athletic fields. The second proposition is that it's a new listing on the northeast side of the airport. This came on the market.
Yeah, the vineyard, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if that's in the budget or not, but take a look at that. And then just this came up in a discussion with some business folks. At the same time and with the same effort that the city of Paso Robles proposes to attract new business to the city, should the city expend similar effort and expense to assist existing businesses expand in order to produce more jobs, especially head of household jobs? And that's just something to put out there for the future, not anything immediate, but just as we're trying to expand or attract new businesses, what can we do to remove obstacles for current businesses? Just a thought.
Yeah, sounds good.
Thank you. Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Holidays, and Happy New Year.
Thank you, Chris. Councilman Strong.
There
you go.
There it is. Thank you. And my local report was pretty well given by Councilman Bausch as far as what I did locally. But I did have some other things out of town, and one local thing I'll mention in addition to that. And the first one is that at SLOCOG, we did go over a lot of different things, and our priorities are still about the same as was previously reported. So don't have to go any farther. Pardon me. Any farther on that. However, I did also meet with Losan, our Pacific Surfliner, and that they're moving ahead now. They did approve supporting a grant for full funding of the through tracks at Union Station, LA, which will mean the train will not have to back out anymore. It can go straight through, and we hope to get that done within the next 2 years. And ultimately, we're going to cut about 40 minutes off that trip down to San Diego, which will make it a lot better for people who are traveling up and down on the train. We've already accomplished that, by Vandenberg, thank goodness. And the most tragic thing on that is we are still experiencing approximately 1 death a week by teenagers who jump in front of the trains to commit suicide. And it's very tragic, it's traumatic. It traumatizes our crews. We have to bring a new crew in almost every single time. And the old crew has to go through rehab. So it's a very heavy drain on our personnel, and it's very heart-wrenching to see this happening. Beyond that, we had another death that greatly affected me, and I know it affected all of us. It was the end of an era in Paso Robles, and Norma Moy was the very first person to officially greet me in Paso Robles when I came, and had me to her house for dinner, and my wife, and got us going in our role here in Paso Robles. So I am eternally grateful to her. She was a good friend, as well as somebody that I worked with over all these many years. all the way from the beginning of Main Street, and then also later the beginning of Vine Street, and so many different things that she has accomplished. And of course, I'm sure the mayor also is going to urge that we close this meeting in honor of Norma. And our condolences, sincere condolences, to her son and daughter, and wish them nothing but the best, and hope that they survive this well. Meanwhile, I will just turn it over to Mr. Gregory.
Pro Tem Gregory.
Thank you, sir. So just a couple of little quick ones here. Senior Advisory Committee, I was with Mr. Bausch on that one. The Christmas Light Parade. The lighting downtown is making that more and more exciting every year, I must say. Enjoyed the Vine Street cruise, and with Miss Beal definitely using out her booming voice. We sort of missed Fred, so she took over on the trolley. It was all good. Went to the manure lighting with, also Miss Beal was there as well, and it was really well attended. It was a sad presentation, obviously, because of circumstances, but their philosophy is we let light be our positive direction, and I think that was really nice. And something that was really nice and very, very complimentary is Paso Robles Police Department was there, and everybody loved that, and the fire department was there, so it was very special, and Robbie Gordon's just doing a really good job with his community, so it's nice. 221s on Slow Cog. I just have to say the comments on the lights this year are soaring way above any other year. I don't know whether it's that big red tree or I don't know what's going on, but it's fun saying it, hearing it, and makes me feel even more confident in how the lights are going to pay for themselves just with the increase of business and DOD, blah, blah. I also have a LAFCO meeting coming up on Thursday. And one really happy, positive note, I'd like to congratulate Mr. and Mrs. Hammond for 50 years of marriage.
That's right.
Pretty good putting up with John for all those years. We've got to give Marjorie a big hug for that. And I would also like to make some comments about our friend Norma Moy. So she too was the first person I met. And I met her telling her we're thinking about bringing hot springs to Paso Robles, and oh boy, did that fire her up. But we have a very unique relationship with her, having serving her dinner 5 nights a week for the last 8 years at the Odyssey. And she was like family. And I have to say the staff and everybody helped her to and fro her car, visited with her, and she had a very comfortable life. She's a very powerful, determined lady, and I just want to say thank you for everything she's done for us as a community. And I'm friends with both her. I know 2 of their 3 kids pretty well, so but she'll be missed, but she set the standard, which is really nice. It got us to where we are today. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Very good, Steve. Thank you.
And Merry Christmas to everybody, and Happy Hanukkah.
You bet. So my report basically is, of course, we did the Christmas parade and Vine Street Showcase, and we also had a special meeting just today regarding IWMA and where we approved the sale of our old office, and that's going through, it looks like now. I also spoke on behalf of the city tried to speak, at the Coastal Commission in Long Beach, I think it was last week. Waited online to come up online, and I had another 1 o'clock that I had to get to and missed it. But we did also send our letter of support, and Diablo Canyon did get their certification for 5 years. They have one more item to go through, and that's the Regional Water Quality Board that has to be approved on the new license. They are going, of course, for 5 years, but also talking about a 20 overall. So that'll be good for the power generation of California. I'd like to also welcome our Assistant City Manager, Dave Malkowitz, again on board. Thank you. I hope you enjoy Paso Robles as much as we do. A lot of work ahead of you, and I think you're up for it. I'd like to also thank Councilman Gregory for doing the menorah because of the 50th anniversary I had. It was one of those conflicts that just couldn't quite do it all. So again, I appreciate that. Upcoming events. We have the Development Review Committee on December 22nd at 3:30. City facilities closed in observance of Christmas, of course, December 25th. Development Review Committee is going to be meeting again on the 29th at 3:30. Then we have the great New Year's Eve concert bonfire coming up on December 31st. I hope all of us are going to be there, 7 o'clock at the park. And then we also have the city facilities, of course, closed in observance of New Year's the following day, January 1st. We're going to have the Paso Robles Youth Commission Advisory Committee meeting January 7th at 5 p.m. The Paso Robles Senior Citizens Advisory Committee is going to be meeting January 12th at 1:30. The Paso Robles Park and Recreation Committee is going to be meeting January 12th at 4 p.m. We have the Paso Robles Planning Commission meeting here in this room January 13th, 6:30. And then our next city council meeting is going to be here in this room again, January 14th, 6 p.m. And I would like to also, again, give my, all my Roblins and council, on behalf of all of us, a Merry, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. I do have something to say to you about Norma, and it's with deep sadness that we honor the life of Norma Moy, a beloved leader whose impact on Paso Robles is immeasurable. Norma's tireless dedication to executive director of the Downtown Main Street Association helped shape our vibrant downtown and community traditions for many, many decades. Her passion for this city was evident in everything she did, from revitalizing historic spaces and inspiring countless public events that brought Roblins together, most recently in our downtown park lighting ceremony the day after Thanksgiving, which was just 18 days ago. She was on that gazebo. Norma knew Paso Robles not just as her home, but as her family. As mayor and speaking on behalf of the entire city council and all of our Roblins, we'd like to extend our heartfelt condolences to her beloved family, sons Matt, Vince, Vanderlip, and Patty Baldwin, and all of the others who touched by her generosity and wonderful life and service in Paso Robles. She was preceded in death by her daughter Vicky many years ago. So I would like to, if I could, ask the council to make a motion to close this meeting and tonight's in remembrance of and honor of Norma Moy, and that we ask God to grant eternal rest upon Norma and may perpetual light shine upon her.
I'd like to add to that.
You bet.
Lower the flag, the city flags to have staff in Norma's honor.
Yes, that would be an excellent idea. We have a city flag at the intersection of 12th and Park, right where the old fountain was. And I think that would be most appropriate, and I direct staff to do that.
And I so move.
Second.
Okay, that'll make it work. So motion then to adjourn in the name of Norma. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We stand adjourned.